And good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Clearwater County Interim Council meeting for September 23rd, 2025. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Access of Information and Protection of Privacy Acts. I'll call the meeting to order. It is 9 a.m. We have an agenda before us, so looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would like to motion to amend the agenda to add 7.2.3 River Flats discussion.
I believe we have a correspondence action on 9.4, which we are going to discuss that. Could that not be part of that discussion?
If you prefer it to be there, I just thought it should be under planning and emergency services, which is why I proposed that it go to 7.2.3. Just to make sure the right people are in the room for the conversation.
And they still technically can, so I would prefer to have that discussion maybe with the 9.4s, unless the other councillors prefer it to be an additional item. It can just fall under the 9.4. Okay. I see head nods for 9.4. So.
Okay, well, I'll make the motion and you guys can defeat it if you choose to.
Okay, so Councillor Melhoff motions to amend the agenda. Any other comments or questions on that? Councillor Northcott?
Absolutely. I think it's a very important issue to the community at this point in time. However, to add additional, I believe that this item already is covered and will be discussed later on in section under item 9.4. So.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is to amend the agenda. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's defeated. So with that, looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Councillor Ratcliffe. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is carried. Okay. Now looking on to item 3, which is the adoption of the minutes from the regular meeting of September 9th, 2025. Are there any errors, omissions in those minutes? If not, looking for a motion to adopt those minutes. Councillor Lougheed makes that motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried as well. Thank you. Moving on now to public hearing, item 4.1, which is the public hearing for Bylaw 25/051, application 26/25 to amend the land use bylaw. So I'll call the public hearing meeting to order at 9:03, and I'll explain the process. During this public hearing, members of the public may participate both in person and by virtual attendance online. We ask that patience with us, as this process will take longer than our past processes to work through the technical difficulties. If during the hearing you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak, whether you're in favor of or opposed to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak, with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you're watching the hearing via the council YouTube channel, it's best to mute the YouTube channel and listen via the online meeting, as there is a 30-second delay on the channel. If you are participating by online or by telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or call back with the number provided and we will add you back to the meeting. Now the process. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and we ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Anyone present in person and whom's in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. And then after that, we will go online to ask if anyone participating virtually would like to speak in favor of the application. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, first for the in-person participants and then to the online participants. The applicant will have the last word and respond to any issues previously raised. And before I turn it over to staff for the background, let's take a quick moment to do introductions.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Zermack, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Ward 7, Councillor in Reef.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4, Councillor.
Good morning. Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Kim Gillen, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager, Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Morning, Adrian Clark, Planner.
Morning, Brandon Fay, Clearwater resident.
So with that, I'll ask Mr. Clark to outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you. Morning, Reeve. Morning, Council. Before you is Land Use Amendment Application 26/25. Brandon Fay, the applicant, holds title to the southeast 237-6 west of the 5th, containing approximately 153.97 acres, located 5.92 kilometers north of the hamlet of Caroline. The applicant is requesting to redesignate 5 acres located in the northeast corner of the quarter section from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural district. The proposed area is an undeveloped site. The site is described as flat with mature trees on the southeast portion of the parcel. An intermediate stream crosses the southeast corner of the proposed parcel. Legal and physical access exists from an existing access off of Range Road 6-1, known as the Caroline North Road, which is adjacent to the east property boundary. The remainder of the quarter section is a mixture of cleared pasture land on the northern and southeastern portions of the quarter section and heavily treed areas in the western half of the quarter section. A developed residential site is also located in the southeastern portion of the quarter. A 5-acre first parcel is located in the east central portion of the quarter section, abutting the southern boundary of the proposed parcel. This first parcel was subdivided in 1981. The surrounding lands are predominantly agricultural, with some residential and an industrial parcel. With the adoption of Land Use Bylaw 25/050, this land use amendment application continues to meet the requirements of the updated land use bylaw. The changes introduced do not alter the intent and purpose of this application. I'll be making some reference to the new land use bylaw, which will apply to this application, section 9.13.4 and section 9.13.6, which covers environmental significant areas where ER lands must remain in an unaltered state, and the county may register an environmental reserve or an environmental easement where provided in the MGA. Section 11.3, the purpose and intent of the CRA district is to provide for acreages and/or communal service rural residential lots, development within the with limited agricultural pursuits that do not negatively impact adjacent residents. Has council had a chance to review other policies associated? Redesignation of 5 acres from agricultural to country residential agricultural. The proposed size complies with the CRA requirements outlined within the land use bylaw. The redesignation is allowed for the future subdivision of a proposed site. The proposed parcel would be considered the third title or second parcel out of the quarter section as per MDP policy 10.2.2. MDP policy 10.2.10D. The proposed parcel is located adjacent to an existing residential parcel. In addition, MDP policy 10.2.10 Part C indicates that the preferred location of the parcel is on the lowest quality of land within the quarter section. The majority of the quarter section has the same land suitability rating. The lower quality land is located in the southwestern corner, which does not have access in order to be subdivided. Environmental reserve may be required from the southeast portion of the proposed parcel, which will align with MDP policy 14.2.24. This will be determined during the subdivision process. Legal and physical access is achieved off of Range Road 6-1, a paved county road, providing access to both the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter section, as per MDP policy 10.2.5. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel will be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with MDP policy 10.2.2 and MDP policy 10.2.10 Part D. At the regular council meeting held on August 26, 2025, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25/0551. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local papers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the consideration and representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second or third reading to bylaw 25/051. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I'll now ask if council has any questions at this time for the development officer on the application. Seeing none, Mr. Clark, were there any comments received from referral agencies?
Yes, comments were received from referral agencies. ACO Distribution does not have any objections with this amendment. They wanted to identify that there is a pipeline that passes close to the southeast end of the quarter section that services one residential house, but is not in it is approximately 600 meters south of the proposed parcel. I do not think it will be affected by this amendment. Fortis Alberta has reviewed the plan and determined no easement is required. TELUS has no concerns with the proposed activity. Rocky Gas Co-op has no concerns or objections with the application. Blue Mountain Power Co-op has no objections with the land use amendment. They also provided their standard comments stating that upon subdivision that the applicant contact them. Sorry, I missed a page.
That's okay.
Okay, Clearwater County assessment. If approved, assessment department would like to advise the applicant that the subdivision will be assessed under a residential class. Clearwater Public Works Operations has reviewed the application to amend the land use bylaw request. Public Works indicated that the existing approach meets county standards. Public Works Infrastructure has reviewed the proposed application and has no objections with the request. They indicated that road widening will be required as part of the subdivision process. Fire Emergency Services has no concerns or comments regarding the proposed land use amendments and future subdivision. TC Energy Express, no concerns with the proposed parcel. MPC has reviewed the application on September 17th, 2025. MPC recommend that council favorably grant second and third reading to land use amendment application 26/25. Reasons provided by MPC is that the proposed parcel meets policy and the land use. The abutting parcel is adjacent to an existing subdivision, and the proposed location minimize the impact to agricultural production. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, now finishing up the referrals, it is time, opportunity, I should say, for the applicant, if they wish to speak to your proposal and add any comments to support your request or respond to any of the agency comments. Do you have any comments?
No, I think I'm good.
You're good? Okay. All right, so at this time, anyone who is in favor of this application is invited to speak. Who is in attendance? Seeing none. I'm looking, we invite any comments from the member of the public who's in attendance virtually and wishing to speak. Are there any registered? Ms. Thompson?
No virtual participants are registered.
Thank you. So before moving on, are there any written submissions in favor of this request submitted?
There were no written submissions in favor of the proposed land use amendment.
Okay, thank you. So now at this time, I'll invite comments from any member of the public who's in attendance, here in person at the meeting, wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Any member wishing to speak in opposition of the application? Seeing none, now invite any member of the public in attendance virtually would like to speak in opposition of the application.
There are none in attendance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clark, were there any written submissions opposing this request?
No written submissions were received.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, before we close the hearing, I invite the applicant, if you have any final remarks that you wish to speak to in your application.
I don't think so, no.
Okay, none. So we'll close the hearing at 9:17. No motions are entertained at this time. So now moving on into the bylaw section, item 5.1 is consideration of second and third readings for this bylaw 25/051 application, number 26/25. Turn the floor back to you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Reeve. The purpose of bylaw 25/051 is to amend Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw 25/050 to redesignate 5 acres of southeast to 37/6 west of the 5th from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural district. Please refer to the documents attached in the agenda for the public hearing for further details. At regular council meeting held on August 26, 2025, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25/051. As recommended, as required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local papers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon considerations and representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 25/051. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for the development officer? If not, looking for a motion for second reading. Councillor Cermak.
I would like to make the motion to grant second reading for bylaw 25/051 for application number 26/25 to amend the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Discussion on the motion. I appreciated the comments. I think this is straightforward, so I will be in favor of voting for second reading. Councillor Northcott.
My vote is going to be little bit more relative to more of a broader scope, that there was a survey that was completed by the public, and roughly 78% of the respondents were opposed to the third title per quarter section of land in Clearwater County. So to represent the desires of that 78% of the residents that had completed that survey, that's what I'll be basing my vote on today.
Okay, as far as voting, we usually vote on the application at hand, but Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and based on the results of the public hearing, I find that this is consistent with community expectations of development within their community. There's very little feedback on this, and it's truly allowing individuals the right to use their property as they see fit.
Thank you. Great. It pertain to the application? Okay, Councillor Northcott.
Just a question for Councillor Lougheed. There was a comment that made for people to use their property as they see fit. I was just wondering if that philosophy would apply to the Caroline Solar Project.
Sorry, point of order. This has nothing to do with the application at hand, so I will direct the discussion to the application at hand. Any other comments or questions on second hearing, or second reading for this bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And those opposed? Motion is carried. Looking for a motion for a third reading. Councillor Lougheed?
Certainly I can make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much for coming in today.
Thanks.
All right, so now moving on to bylaw 25/03, which is to clean up obsolete bylaw cleanup. And I will invite Director Haggart. Good morning.
Good morning, members of council. Before you today is bylaw 2503. This bylaw is intended to clean up some what administration believes to be obsolete Village of Caroline bylaw. Now that being said, there's quite a few on this list. There's 80, so they weren't all included in the agenda package. There was a link to council's P drive folder where you could check out each bylaw individually if you wished. And so some of those obsolete Village of Caroline bylaws as part of the amalgamation, which council is aware that happened as of January 1st, we've started through attrition to pick up some of the ones that have been repealed through updating or removal completely, something like the IDP we did with a public hearing because that's how that bylaw was enacted, the emergency management bylaw, the municipal planning commission bylaw, and there are likely many other bylaws that could still be repealed to remove some overlap and get rid of those obsolete bylaws further from that. And administration expects that that will also continue to come to council over time in terms of each department as they go through and take a look at their bylaws. So attached to this agenda item is the bylaw I mentioned that's for consideration for granting first, second, permission for third, and third reading to clean up some of those bylaws. And I kind of selected the ones specific to council operations, Office of the CAO, Planning and Emergency Services, and worked together with Tracy Lynn to make sure that was appropriate for those bylaws to be included. Again, I mentioned there was 80 of them that are listed within the obsolete bylaw, and I want to bring council's attention to specifically two bylaws, and Jenna, if you wouldn't mind scrolling to the bylaw itself. They're highlighted in yellow in the second page, third page actually of the bylaw. There you go, perfect. And those are two business license bylaws. And I highlighted them because those are ones that council hasn't had a dialogue yet on whether we wish to keep business licenses for the hamlet of Caroline. Administration assumes that we'd like to remove them being obsolete. However, I want council to be able to have a chance to have that dialogue and determine if that's the way they wish to go. And if so, we can adopt the bylaw as it stands and just we'd remove the highlights, of course. Otherwise, if council wished to keep the licensing bylaws, we can do that too. We could just do first reading as amended and remove them at your discretion, of course. And I just wanted to point out that the existing land use bylaw has a development permit process for businesses for the balance of Clearwater County. So business license process is one of those one-offs that's different from Caroline to the balance of Clearwater County. So certainly something that we want to look forward to council's dialogue and see if we wish to get rid of business licenses and go to development permit for business use. And that's a one-time permit, so it could be, and Kim and I kind of chatted about it as we developed this agenda item and said, you know, a development permit business use could possibly be that one-time fee, and we could maybe discount the development permit to equal what a business license would be in the first year. So then they aren't paying $150 for the application, they're paying $50, getting their business development permit and then not having to do it future forward. So it's kind of reducing a little bit of red tape that way. If council wishes to keep the licensing, we can certainly do that. We did it for 2025. We kind of didn't have time to eliminate it or even have a discussion about it with all the priorities council had. So we just had administration from Caroline continue to process them as they did previously because these licenses exist, so they can. And so they're in conflict with other bylaws, but we would, if council wished to keep it, we would bring both those bylaws back to a strategic planning with some more details if you wished on how that process could look if we were to keep it. So that's the one thing I wanted to bring to council's attention in this obsolete bylaw cleanup process. And I'm going to turn, I think, the floor back to council for discussion.
Thank you. Open the floor for discussion or motions. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. In reading these bylaws, many of them were acted in the 70s and 80s, and I haven't been able to find many amendments to them. I truly think that the hamlet of Caroline being a part of Clearwater County as a whole should be under the same, there shouldn't be something separate for the hamlet. It should all be the same. Will they still be subject to and have the availability of our small business tax break that we have under Clearwater County's bylaws? I don't want them to miss out on that opportunity. If we have to have this in order for them to get a tax break, then I would understand that. But if we can remove this and have them still allowed to have the tax break that the rest of the county enjoys, then I feel that this can be looked at a different time.
Ms. Serhan?
Yes, so all of the properties within the hamlet of Caroline are eligible for that small business tax rate. So they just have to let the assessment department know. It's our Clearwater County's assessment department that is looking after ensuring that they are assessed and put into that class so that when the tax rate levy is applied, that they are in the right assessment class.
Excellent, thank you. Supplementary?
Yep.
I also feel that the hamlet shouldn't have to be subject to a yearly fee that the rest of the municipality doesn't have to be subject to because the rest of the municipality doesn't have to have business licensing fees on a yearly basis that I'm aware of. If there are, then we need to bring that back because I'm pretty sure we don't.
Yeah. Go.
Just short-term rental licenses is the only licensing process, or chicken licenses as well.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarification, but general business licenses is not the case. So I would be fine with this staying in as part of the whole for the obsolete bylaws. I do have a couple of questions on separate bylaws that aren't business related.
Ms. Serhan?
Yes, so in putting this in the obsolete bylaws, is council, I guess, should there be more discussion about the pros and cons, and should administration bring back something just saying why the village would have had that in place, and if Clearwater County as a whole, you know, make a more, I don't know, a decision based on all the history of that bylaw instead of just having it grouped into a obsolete.
Ms. Gillum?
I just wanted to note too, just previously speaking with economic development about this, they like the idea of business licenses because then they know which businesses are actually active year to year. Just with our development permits, the difference there, like they get a permit and they can operate and they may go out of business and we may not know. And so for them to know kind of which businesses are active within the county, the yearly license kind of allows them to know which businesses continue to be active, whether we can do more research and bring information back to council to possibly bring back an overall bylaw for the whole of the county. But to have Caroline be different at this point in time, maybe not, but there's some options there. The one thing I noticed in their business license bylaw as well, they have aspects regarding people, like it says in the bylaw hawkers, but basically people that come in or do stuff like kind of on the street or like that may drive around, and we don't do permits for businesses that basically are portable in a way. If they go to people's houses to replace windshields or do things like that, unless it operates on a piece of property, because that's how development permits work, we issue them that way, but if they don't, then we don't. So those businesses don't currently require permits. So again, we have no record of those businesses. So it's something to consider for future discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson?
Question is, if you want business licenses in Caroline, does that mean that the other hamlets will also then all of a sudden have business licenses, or are we just doing it in Caroline?
Sorry, Director Haggard.
You bet. Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Great question, Councillor Gibson. So currently it's kind of that disparity that we have with having the amalgamation and having bylaws that are different and not necessarily in conflict, but potentially, because we have business licenses for Caroline only. So none of the other hamlets require a business license currently. The land use bylaw does require development permits for any type of use of land. So for instance, if you have a business on your property in a hamlet that's not Caroline, they would, development officers would get the applicant to fill out a development permit application. It would go through a process. If it's an allowable use, it might go to MPC for approval, and then that development permit exists on not the parcel, but the use with that person or landowner, if that makes sense. Is it in perpetuity? Yes. Okay, in perpetuity for the use of the land.
Yeah. Does that answer your question? Go ahead.
Not really.
Follow up. Did you have a follow-up?
I did.
Okay.
So if they can have a business license in another hamlet, and I may have misunderstood, does that mean that if they go out of business, you don't know? Or
Essentially, like in our other hamlets now or anywhere else in the county, like if somebody currently had a development permit for a business, if they went out of business, unless they informed us and we make a note to file that they're no longer operating, we don't necessarily know that they're no longer operating. So like unless somebody notifies us, it could be that we have these permits that may or may not be valid depending on if they're still operating. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. In the future, should council look at it, they could look at introducing some version of a business license just to keep current records of businesses operating in the county.
Okay. One more follow-up?
sorry, yes. So yes, I feel that if Caroline has a business license and the other hamlets don't, it should be all for one for all. And so you either get rid of them or keep them. That's, unfortunately, the other hamlets, all of a sudden they're gonna have a business license. They never had one before, but I don't feel it's fair to target one hamlet over another.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. This seems to be just another step resulting from amalgamation. But I wanted to ask the three councillors we have in the room who are in the Caroline area if they have any concerns with this bylaw.
Councillor Gibson?
Apparently.
I went through a number of them and I didn't see any reason to keep them. The only one was the business license one, so I think that one deserves some discussion on which way to go with it, but I'm good with the rest of them being removed.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Lai?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and from my perspective, I think the work of the day is to bring a consistent approach throughout the entire municipality, and I look forward to the discussion on the pros and cons of introducing a business license throughout the balance of the municipality at some point in time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I just need some clarification on this business license. What we issue now in the county, does it stay with the land or with the landowner? If the land is sold and the business is sold, does the license transfer over to them, or do they have to reapply?
Ms. Gillum?
Yeah, as long as they're operating the same way, and they sell the business and the land, then it transfers with the land. So whoever the landowner is, if they're operating the same under the conditions of the permit that was issued for the property, then it can change owners and it would stay with the land.
Okay. Yep. Clarification.
Okay. Any other discussion about business license? Business license again? Okay. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I am sure that this will become a topic again at some point, but the way I see it right now is this is just punitive and potentially a more red tape creating for businesses when we already require a development permit that has then a public engagement aspect to it. Business licenses, the way I'm reading this particular bylaw, doesn't have a public engagement aspect to it, so therefore the public can't tell people whether they should be getting a business license or not. Where a development permit does, it reaches out to the people in the neighboring properties and confirms that it's actually something that they would like to see in their community. So I think that there's more public engagement with our current process. That doesn't mean that the future councils won't look at a business license, but I just see it as another piece of red tape and potentially punitive for a yearly fee for businesses trying to do their best to provide service to the community. So currently I would not be in favor of keeping it.
Right. Ms. Gillum, you did mention the fact that in talking with economic development that it is, this is a tracking mechanism for economic development because I know the development officers are constantly asked how many businesses there are in the county. And unless a business has gone ahead and done a development permit, the economic development officer has no idea how many businesses are there. And unless that, that's part of the classifications for small business, et cetera. So there is some accountability that needs to happen here. And so I believe that this absolutely needs to come back as far as another discussion. The bylaw as is, in my opinion, needs to be gone so we can start with a fresh slate. And hopefully that through that, the mechanisms that through the economic development plan. I mean, we did go through our, at the last meeting, the plan that was presented. I think there was a lot of good things in there, but again, there's no way to track how many businesses there are. And I know that that is a constant question, especially for outside investors coming in. They want to know how many businesses there are, what type of businesses there are. So if there's no mechanism for a business license or to track that other than through a development permit, whether things are going or not, that is a bit of a weakness in an economic development report. So I do want to see some sort of an opportunity for us, for the next council, maybe to look at how to maybe close that gap and get better information. Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I just want to confirm, like, the business licenses that have been issued within 2025 then would remain intact until December 31st of 2025. And because I think businesses use them for different things, and that we were not refunding anything, or it's just the business licenses that have been sold would be in effect until December 31st, 2025.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Mellop?
Thank you, Reeve. To your point, Reeve, I think there's an opportunity to maybe not overlap work and maybe work jointly with the chamber, both the village and the Rocky Chamber, and maybe there's some collaboration efforts that can take there, so we're not duplicating some great work that's already happening within our chambers. Because you're right, there is some there's a gap there, but that doesn't mean that we necessarily have to be the ones doing it. Perhaps there's an opportunity to work with the chambers within our communities to get that work done, and then it doesn't have to be a service the municipality provides, but work for a new council.
You bet. Thank you. All right. Any other questions or comments on any of the other bylaws within this obsolete bylaw? Obsolete bylaw cleanup. Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. My only other question was on bylaw number 374 with regards to the Carolina District Ambulance. Just wanted to make sure that we've closed any of the other gaps for agreements, et cetera, that we need to have with them. I know that there's provincial legislation that is probably superseding this, considering this was done in 1985, but I just want to make sure. 374. Yeah, no problem. It is giving the ambulance the ability to act within the village to provide services to the community. As I said, there's probably provincial legislation that is overseeing this. I wanted to make sure, because it's kind of an important thing.
You betcha. And the therefore clause, it's a very short bylaw. It's about one sentence. And again, it was to enact agreements, which bylaws were done for many agreements back in the 80s and 70s and 90s. We don't necessarily enact agreements by bylaw anymore. We sometimes do, but we usually do them through either resolution or administrative direction through the CAO. So the therefore clause in that bylaw says that Council of the Village of Caroline may enter into an agreement with the Caroline District Volunteer Ambulance Service for the purpose of providing ambulance service to the citizens of Caroline as per the attached Schedule A. Now, ambulance is provided not through the village anymore. That changed, I believe, in 2008 or 9 was when that reverted back to provincial scope. So administration felt that that was, one, the village doesn't exist anymore, so they can't enter into any agreements. Two, if the agreement transferred forward and was in effect, it would be useful to keep the bylaw. But because the Carolina District Volunteer Ambulance Service operate through Alberta Health Services, or the new entity that they're falling within under Provincial Health Authority, we felt that that was not necessary to keep a bylaw related to a service agreement.
Excellent.
But I did not alert the Caroline Ambulance either that this was coming to the table. So it's not because they don't provide service in the area and we don't administer that a contractor agreement. So just to be clear, this doesn't change anything, in my opinion, for Caroline Ambulance.
No, I agree. I just thought it was still important to make sure that we had the conversation, especially since it was on the list of the obsolete bylaws. Of course it is. It's an important service. As for all the fire bylaws, we're a regional entity, so I didn't think that that was necessary to have on there either. So, and I'll make the motion to move the first reading of this to remove these obsolete bylaws.
Okay. Motion on the floor for first reading. Director Hager.
Sorry, just my last 2 cents, if I could, Chair and Reeve. So any of the other bylaws that would relate to regional, like you mentioned, fire, it kind of twigged my, those staff have in process to do a revision anyway. So those bylaws will come back through time and attrition. So each of the managers within my department, I've kind of said, here's your bylaws. I'd like you to review them, whether we need legal or not, just review them against what we currently do, what do they need added, modernize them, whatever. So over time, probably Q1 of the new council, we're not going to inundate them with the first meeting with bylaws, but was kind of the target for a few of those. Similarly, planning's working on things like the Caroline Area Structure Plan. The MDP will have to be revised to include Caroline's MDP and repeal that, and a few other municipal general plan bylaws. We found we're going to repeal those with the MDP update to keep it all clean in one spot. Because as I went through this process, there's quite a rabbit trail of there's many obsolete bylaw cleanup bylaws within Caroline that were similar to this, just in different numbers. And so you have to kind of go back. And so there's a possibility that I didn't catch every single one. One of those could already be repealed within that list. So double repealing them isn't a concern, but there's still some to come that will come from fire services, emergency services and enforcement and planning that will come before council at some time in the near future. And we'll bring, sounds like business license as a strategic planning item, and we'll put that on the action item list for 2026 and a future council to decide.
Okay, thank you. Motion for first reading is on the floor. Any other comments or questions on first reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And motion's carried. Looking for a motion for second reading. Counselor Ratcliffe.
Second reading of bylaw 25/053.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on second reading? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried. Permission for third, unanimous permission, Counselor Cermak.
Give a motion for permission for third reading.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? All those in favor? And that motion is carried. And then motion for third reading. Okay, thank you, Counselor Gibson. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much. We do have a 9:45 delegation, and so we're going to jump to our delegation section, and that is the 9:45 delegation of the Leslieville Cemetery. So anyone, the delegation for the Leslieville Cemetery, please come and join us. Good morning. There's a okay. All right, so before we get started, we're gonna do a quick round of introductions, and we'll start with
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
good morning, Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Ward 7, and Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4, Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Morning, Barbara Gibson, Counselor.
Good morning, Kim Gillam, Manager Planning.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, Yale.
Good morning, Bettina Van Newkirk, Director of Agriculture and Community Services.
Good morning, Whitney Wedman, Heritage and Culture Programs Coordinator.
Good morning, I'm Robert Menzies, I go by Bob. This is Vic Smith. We're here this morning. We appreciate you giving us the time to be here to talk this morning about the Lesleyville Cemetery.
Okay.
You'll have to bear with me, I'm not a very good public speaker, but I'll do the best I can. Did you all get a package?
Yes, so could I let Ms. Van Duker just give a bit of the background, and then we'll turn it over to you. How's that? Bettina will start us off, and then I'll turn it over to you. How's that?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. As mentioned, this is the delegation regarding the Leslieville Cemetery. And the staff recommendation is that council receive the Leslieville Cemetery delegation presentation as information. To provide a little bit of background, Robert Menzies and Victor Smith have requested to appear before council to present the Leslieville Cemetery proposal for development. The presentation outlines a brief history of the Leslieville Cemetery, development recommendations for current land and future planning, a timeline for the next phases of development, and a projected budget for the project. And I'll pass it back over to Mr. Menzies and Mr. Smith.
We've all had a chance to kind of go through that at all, or do we have to go through it now? I'm not just exactly sure the process.
Actually, please do the presentation, and that would be great. Give us if you want to give a Cole's notes, that'd be great. Or if you just bring this to whatever information to the attention to council.
Okay, well, Lesleyville Cemetery is basically a community family cemetery. It probably has different needs than a lot of other cemeteries. It's 90% of people from the area and families. It's a little bit unique in a lot of ways. I think we have the cemetery looking quite nice. I spend quite a bit of time out there. Vic probably spends more time out there. I've been on the board since I think actually 95, but I put down 98 because I look back to the first person I had anything to do with Barry, and that's where I come up with 98. I found it a very interesting job over the years. You can go down there lots of times for the summer time. I go down quite a bit at nights, because if some of the headstone placer wants a site marked, I'll go down in the evenings and do that. And I run into people numerous times down there in the evening. It's a cemetery, people think it's for the dead, but it's also for the living. I know just a few instances where I've found, there's a young lady out in that area that lost her daughter a few years ago. I've often found her down there, just meditating beside the grave, it's just kind of a therapeutic thing that they do. I know an elderly lady that has lost 3 daughters out there, all died before they were 45 years old. She used to spend a lot of time out there. I've met people down there. I was down there one night about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. It was dark. I was marking a spot for a fellow to come to a tombstone. And a guy came walking out of the darkness, kind of startles you at a graveyard especially. And there was 2 other people down there at the same time, none of them related, just walking through. A lot of people spend quiet time there. Anyway, I guess that's enough of that. You've probably all heard of that. I know that the council has a lot of responsibility trying to decide what to do with the monies in this county. Our cemetery has got about 2 to 4 years life left, maybe 5. But I know it's a bit of a process it takes to get everything ready to go. So I kind of devised a bit of a plan I thought was appropriate. In my notes here, I think there is some cost related to what we have to do. Probably the biggest cost is the purchase of the land. The owner of the land wants $250,000 for the 5 acres. I thought that was kind of high until some acreages are just sold up by my place, north of Leslieville, and one is got a small 1-bedroom house on it. It went for $400,000, about the same size. Another acreage just beside me just recently sold for just under $800,000. And it's got a nice house on it, but it still puts a high value on the land. So maybe that price isn't out. My thought is, I've got all the prices there, but we wouldn't have to have all the funds the first year. So it could be done in stages, and I guess the stages I'm thinking of is the first year in 2026, we would purchase the land, get it surveyed. In the fall, if this goes ahead, in the fall of 2026, spring of 2027, we could have that property cleared. I got a price that's in the notes there, clearing that. I got a price from Paternity Trucking. They did use county rates for their equipment, is what they've told me. Reason I went to them, I worked for them for 35 years, so I know all the people down there, and also Merv has donated twice now cement each row has a cement runner or sidewalk in front of it to replace the stones. Merv twice has donated cement for some of that work. So I did feel we would give him a shot at it. We can get other bids as well, but anyway, that's why I went to them. So that money wouldn't have to be needed to do the grand clearing until the spring of 2027, so it could fall in 27 budget, what I was thinking. The spring and summer of 28, we would seed. There isn't very a lot of dollars there involved in seeding the grass seed. Then it needs a year at least to sod up so that you can travel on the new ground, the virgin ground. And so the spring and summer of 2029, we would do some cement work. Now I have asked for cement work, for dollars to do some cement work in there. We have been looking after all that ourselves. In fact, to my knowledge, Lesleyville Cemetery has never come to the county for money before, but we are here today. The reason I've asked for money for some of the cement work is because I'm 81, I'll be 85 by the time this gets done. Vic is around 75 or so. He'll be 80 when they get done. We would like to start the new people off with a bit of a head start, because it is a struggle to raise the money all the time to do the work. So I'm asking the county for money to do the cement work to finish the old cemetery. The clearing involved in the site will be the new part, which is a 5-acre piece, and the tail end of the old cemetery, there's about, I think, room for about 60 to 70 plots once that south end is cleared off. Don't know where the borderline is for sure, but I have talked to Whitney about that, and would we request that when it gets surveyed, we get the bottom part of that surveyed so we can go right to the boundary line to use all the land. As far as our plots are concerned, we charge $300 for plots. For the community members, for people outside the community, we charge $500. And we're doing that to hopefully deter people from, coming from the Red Deers, the Calgarys, the Edmontons. We kind of have a policy that in order to be buried in Lesleyville Cemetery, you should be east of the Oris Road over to the edge of the county, which is about the Wiltshire Road, south to, it goes a little bit south Highway 11, and pretty well right to Highway 53. I believe we are the largest cemetery within your county. But I can find looking at the information on the other cemeteries. What we're wanting to increase it by will probably be, I would say, a 50 to 70 year term, depending on, based on the previous history. Because the first 70 years, the average, and this is my notes, I think it's 2 or 3 people a year. The average for the last 40 years has been about 12 people a year. Our average is gradually going up. I think probably within 3 to 5 years, it'll probably be 20 to 25 burials a year. So based on the plots we would get, you're good for 50 to 60 years. When I talked to the landowner, I did talk to him about donation, and the land was donated by that family for the present site we're using. They feel it's only fair to be paid for it this time. And I can't argue with that. You want anything to add, anything, Vic?
No, I don't think so. I think you covered it all.
Well, there is $20,000 in there as well for taking some trees in the old part. The reason those need to come down is because there is a concern, there has been some fall down. So far, we've had no real damage as far as tombstones and stuff. But I'm more concerned about somebody walking through there and one of the old trees that come down and hurt somebody. And I don't know who would be liable, and I don't want it to be me or the county. Other than that, I don't think I have anything to add.
The TL Tree Service give us a quote of $20,000 to take all the trees down in the old park.
Does anybody have any questions?
You bet. So I see some lights. Councillor Bylaw.
Thank you, Reeve. I always have questions, so she knows that my light's probably always gonna be on. I'm curious, I didn't know this about cemeteries, but you need to do land testing, like soil testing, et cetera, to know if the soil is the right soil in which to actually create plots. I didn't know that was a thing, but it's a thing. Has that already been done to?
No, it's never been done in the Lesleyville Cemetery.
Okay, so then you don't know then if you can even expand into that area at all, because we don't know if the soil can actually, trying to tread lightly, because I mean, talking about burial of people is never a fun thing to talk about. But the soil needs to be tested in order to determine if that even can be used for a cemetery.
Yeah, that I wasn't aware of. So,
okay.
So that's something that will have to be done.
Perfect. My hope is that you'll be able to work with our team over at Ag and Community Services, come up with sit down and go over the plan with them, and then they can bring it to a strategic planning meeting with at that point probably the future council, because it's super important to have these within the community, and we're so blessed to have volunteers like you guys to do the work. But if we can support in any way, I'm sure that we'll be willing to do that.
Yes, and we've been working with Whitney kind of over the last 2 years. Whitney actually came out to our cleanup day at the cemetery, not 2 springs ago, was it last year? Yeah. And we appreciate she did that. And I've been trying to work with her as best I can, but that's one thing I did not know, that you had to do the soil testing.
I didn't know either until
So that's something that I can work with you guys to get that done. I don't know what you need for soil, I have no idea. I guarantee there's rocks.
They don't.
Okay. I know you've been doing the Nordic cemeteries, you probably ought to do that.
Yeah, we did soil testing in the Nordic areas.
We only do plots, like we don't do separate area cremations. I know you're doing that at Nordic, and I understand that at Nordic, and I understand your your spreading area in Nordegg. In a community cemetery, I don't think that's necessary. We've probably had, I don't know, 100 people do cremains, right?
Yeah.
And most of them want to go into a plot. In each plot, we allow 1 burial and 6 cremains. And so if there's 70, you gotta draw straws who die first. But that shouldn't have been said maybe. Anyway, you're allowed 7 burials in there altogether, 6 remains in 1. And I would say probably half of the people being buried today in the Lesleyville Cemetery is cremation. But even the ones that are doing cremation still want to buy a plot so they can put other members in that same plot. So we've talked about making a spot just for cremains, but so far I don't think the need is there. But we do have an area we could do that if we decide to.
Okay. Councillor Gibson.
You looked into having a columbarium instead of expanding your cemetery.
You know what?
A columbarium that ashes go into. It's a large structure, and you have little compartments, and then the ashes go in there, so they're not buried in the ground.
No, we have not looked at that.
I checked that out with Everest, I think, in Red Deer, and the smallest one you could get was like $45,000. So we didn't have the money to do that.
And that's just for cremains, right?
Yeah, just for.
That's just cremains, so we still need we still need to expand to bury people.
So as Councillor Melhoff has indicated, I'm just trying to move things along because we do have another delegation here right away. She has suggested that gathering, work with our ag and community team, gather more information and maybe come back as a strategic planning so that way more information can be extrapolated and presented to the council, the new council at some point in time.
Okay, and what else do you think more do we need to do other than soil testing as far as
That could be up to working with our ag and community services,
Okay.
but thank you so much.
Okay, we'll work with them and we'll carry on.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming in today, muchly appreciated. So looking for a motion to receive the Leslieville Cemetery delegation presentation for information. Okay, Councillor Cermak makes that motion. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Thank you again for coming in.
Thank you.
All right. So we do have a 10 o'clock delegation. It is virtually, the delegation is coming in and they are Kaleidoscope digital tour. And before we get started, we're just going to do a quick round of introductions so you know who's sitting at the council table. Oh, okay. Well, pardon me.
Good morning, Kaleidoscope. Can you hear us? We have no volume.
Can we try again?
Yes, I can hear you, absolutely.
Thanks, Ollie.
I have IT coming in to help us with our camera, but if you want to continue, or do you want to wait for the camera, Reeve?
Could we just do, so we don't have cameras for introductions then?
Yeah.
Okay. Perhaps let's just start with the presentation and if there's any, maybe we can quickly introduce ourselves before, maybe we'll have the cameras working and we can introduce ourselves then. So go ahead, Ms. Van Duder, for the background, please.
Thank you, Reeve. As mentioned, this is a delegation regarding the Kaleidoscope digital tour, and the staff recommendation is that council receives the Kaleidoscope virtual tour delegation as information. For some background, Representatives Oli Siska and Shea Gali from Kaleidoscope XR are attending to share a digital tour of the Brazeau collieries. Their project goals were to include to provide a cost-effective and scalable solution which drives traffic and services demand to Nordegg, to provide a communication channel for Nordegg to reach out to prospective visitors, to extend the length of Nordegg's season and provide off-season channels for monetization and advertising, to create a digital record of Nordegg's site, preserving the history of key buildings for future generations. And Oli and Shea are here to share the finished product with council, and I will now pass it over to them.
Good morning.
Awesome, thank you. Sorry, thank you so much. Shay will share his screen and take you on a tour, so I'll pass it off to Shay.
Sure. Just a quick note, I do have a personal interest in these types of projects. I do love digital heritage, so it was a pleasure to work on this sort of thing. So yeah, I did take a tour of the site when we were taking the photos, and you can see right here that this is live from BrazoCollieries.com. Okay. So I'm gonna full screen it, and this is the first image that we get. It's got a really nice view. You can kind of see a lot of the site, the mountains in the background, and it really sets the tone for the whole tour, okay? Now, I added controls here, and the controls are very simple. It's just right-click is how you look, and left click is click on buttons. That's basically it. The space bar opens and closes this little window here. So added little info windows here. So again, another just controls information bubble there. And throughout the tour, wherever there are those little placards on posts, I added them in a kind of digital way. Okay, so these are around the site, as you guys probably know, but when I do it this way, it allows you to see it digitally rather than trying to look through the photo, which wouldn't work at all, right? So, and in some cases, it looks like they're missing. So, yeah. The other last thing is this map, okay? So I can click on any one of these and I'll teleport to the key locations throughout the tour, okay? So there's mine entrance to, you know, so this is a way to allow you to jump around instead of if you restart the tour for whatever reason, you're halfway through it and you want to go back to where you left off, you can do that with this map, okay? So there is a path, and I did, we did these arrows to indicate where you should go next, okay? So I'm gonna click and then I teleport forward. I'm looking around, another info button there, parking lot, and there are often multiple ways you can go, but for the sake of guiding the user through it, you know, we did the color coded here, right? So, yeah. Okay, so this is the first building. I don't know what this is called, cable house or something. So yeah, you can see here, this is one of the placards which you can't read in the photos, so you just click on the info, and this is the digital version, which is much easier to read. Here.
Is there any voiceover audio, like so if someone doesn't want to read, but they want to listen to those interpretations?
We did not add that. That was not part of the original scope. Now that I think about it, wouldn't be a bad thing to have. Probably be a bit easier for some people instead of reading. So yeah, this is one of the main buildings here where they processed the coal.
Are there any questions?
Yeah.
Okay, are there any questions? Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. You already answered one of my questions. I do think that having those boards read would be extremely valuable for even people that are sometimes either reading and or visually impaired. They can see pictures but not necessarily read words. So I think that would be great that way. The other part of this, are we able to capture some of the amazing stories that get told on this tour that aren't necessarily part of the boards, but for example, knowing that the horses got helmets before the crew did because the horses were more important than the crew mining in those mines. I mean, that's a story that needs to continually be told. Can we add things like that? Or the fact that they used to add extra rocks to some of these mine carts in order to make sure that their mine cart was not taken as coal, and then the money for that cart went into the Christmas fund so that the mine could buy Christmas presents for all of the kids in the community. Like capturing some of those stories so they're not lost to time would be amazing. So if we could add in audio for reading those, and then if we could capture some of those stories. And I also know that we have amazing footage at the Discovery Center. If we could add some of the videos that are available at the Discovery Center to this, I think it would be fabulous, because there's many people that cannot do this tour. It is a hike. So if we can then make it more accessible and include parts of the tour that are super valuable, like those stories, I think that it would be fabulous. I think this is great work. I just would love to see that added in. And one of my other comments is there's teams around the world, and this may be way down the line and maybe coming at way more of an expense than we can do, but we're losing the underground part of this. There's cave rescue teams and cave exploration teams. If there's an opportunity for us to digitize some of the actual underground miles and miles and miles of underground network that is part of that mine, if we can digitize some of that work, so it's not lost either to time, I think that would be awesome to be able to hit mine number 1 or mine number 2 and have an actual visual of what the underground looked like. That'd be really neat. And I bet you there's cave divers and cave explorers all around the world that would be loving that opportunity.
Go ahead, Ms.
I mean, I would.
I would too, yeah.
So we have actually looked into that, actually just getting a drone in there. But because the mine tunnels are all collapsed and there's 4 feet of concrete at the portal entrances, it's really not going to work. We have looked, we are going to, at the fan house where there's that hole, where Jesse and I are gonna take a snake and see how far it goes, and maybe we could do it there. But it is in the works, we're trying, so just so you know.
Okay, I see that our camera's back, so we're gonna just do a quick round of introductions, Ollie and Shay, and then that way you know who we are, so go ahead.
Jenny Milhoff, the councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, councillor for Ward 3, and I would say it's been almost like going on the tour, actually seeing the visuals here. I think it's a great way to remind yourself of a great asset.
Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6. Great tour. I like it. I like some of the suggestions that Jenny's brought forward too. Thanks.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Ward 7 Councillor in Reeve. And Ollie, you and I met many, many years ago at the EDA conference. And yes, I think this is great. I think this is just the foundation of what more that we can do to develop this. So great first start.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor. Just to add to the comments that have already been made, would be not only the stories behind it, but what is the process, happening as you go on that tour, so that people would have an idea of how this mine actually operated. Would add some value to the story, but this is great for a start. Thank you.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor, and I'm just wondering as well, when you're going to the buildings, do you describe what building you're in, and then does it have to move quite so fast, or are you moving it that fast? Just curious on that one.
Yeah, so in each building, there are those info windows with the placards, and I was moving it fast just to, it's a long tour, right? This thing could take like over an hour. So I was just trying to show it quickly to you guys because there's a lot to go through, So if you had any specific places you wanted to look at, like we can just zoom over there on this map here. The wash house, powerhouse, machine shop. Yeah, I can show you this one. I like this one a lot. This way. So here's another example.
See, there's a question here from Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there an opportunity to overlay a what it was picture? So like if we have a miner take people on a tour and they walk up to this powerhouse, can we overlay this is what it did look like before it started being dismantled, etc.? Like I see so much, and I mean I'm probably way out doing the budget, even asking all the questions that I'm asking, the things that we can do, because I'm sure that there's with an unlimited budget you could do anything, but we definitely don't have that. So I see so much that could be done with this, and it's super exciting to have somebody potentially be able to put on a VR goggles and be able to go and mine in Brazo collieries like it was then. So super cool. Thank you. It's great work, guys.
Ms. Wedman?
Oh, thank you.
For sure. If I can just say something about that, absolutely we could overlay, and I would actually love to show you something that Shay worked on. It was a church that was demolished, and what Shay and his colleague did is they rebuild a digital twin of that church. And so when you walk down the street and you bring up your phone, you can see exactly where it was. And so you could do something like that with the buildings as a walking tour. And I know that's kind of early days, we discussed some of that. But if you guys don't mind, I don't know if you have it up, Shay. I just want to show you an example of that possibility. And there's a possibility, if you can't get access to those mines, if there's any documentation on specs of what it's like, a digital twin could be built if it's not possible to actually photograph it.
You guys want to see the church? Because this is more or less quite similar to what was just brought up.
Yeah.
So this is a video. This is the former coworker, Nicola. She posted this video, and it just gives us the quick idea. I'm not sure if my audio is gonna work. Let me see.
Looks like it's turned off, if I'm looking correctly.
Share sound. Here we go. Okay.
Hi, I'm Nicola, and my
Can you guys hear it?
Yes.
Okay, great.
coworker Shay and I work at an XR company based in Calgary. He is a developer who loves solving engine-based challenges, and I am a technical artist who loves optimizing art to fit our chosen platform. Together, we wanted to take on a project for Google's immersive geospatial challenge based off of what we both enjoy. We chose to visualize a previously demolished church in AR. Recreating this in an AR environment with few reference pictures gave us a welcome challenge. Shay took on the technical aspects of this project, and I took on the art ones.
I'm in a park called St. Anne's Park. It is named after a church that was built in 1854 and was the community center for the Irish population that lived around it. Sadly, it was demolished in 1970. However, you can still see the foundation that is here and the benches that are placed like pews that were there. You can see around me that the neighborhood is a modern, gentrified, inner city neighborhood and resembles a 19th century shanty town and industrial center in name only. With Google's geospatial tool in Unity, Nicola and I were able to resurrect a piece of the past exactly where it existed, using AR like a window through time.
Going into this project, I knew there would be two main art challenges: the recreation and optimization of the art. For recreation, I was only given a few pictures, all from the same angle, so I had to do lots of research to be able to fill in the gaps and create architecture and textures that just match the time period and the rest of the church. For optimization, I have never used Unity and I'm not familiar with the pipeline to optimize art and have it run in AR, so that was a challenge that was solved through trial and error.
My biggest challenge was that I was coming from Unreal Engine and have no experience in Unity, so I had to learn the basics quickly. Setting up took days worth of work because I'd never used Google Cloud Console before. I also could not get the sample scene building until I finally found a tutorial by a YouTuber called the AR VR Guy. But once I had a build working, everything was mostly smooth sailing. And if I hit play, here's some info. And then I can open a web page.
Very interesting.
So yeah, yeah, just just to let you guys know, like I would love to rebuild in 3D as much of the site as possible, but it's quite labor intensive for to recreate those buildings. Like Nicola worked for weeks to redo the church, and that's because when it comes to heritage projects, we need to be very meticulous about getting things right and making sure that we're respecting the true form and images and everything down to the materials and everything. Right. So it takes an artist a lot of time to get that sort of thing right.
Mm-hmm. And one of the possibilities is, capturing the stories that we were talking about. And this would, the putting it on this map is one thing, but the possibility of having a walking tour. So what you just saw with the church, you could go into this building and have an AR character who will then explain to you, this is what the building is. Or maybe it's a timepiece. You have those characters acting out certain stories. So there's so many ways to interpret this. The sky's the limit.
Yes, it sure is. And as Councillor Mel has mentioned, budget is the only constraint to all this. So, I feel there's a great opportunity to advocate with the federal government, and this is something in the province to, assist with, probably, funding some of this historic areas. So, for the future generations to enjoy as far as they are. Is there any other highlights you'd like to share with us?
Have you had any feedback yet?
Go ahead, Ms. Wedman.
We haven't launched it yet, so we
okay.
we just wanted council to see everything first, and then we were going
Gotcha.
to launch it after this meeting. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, I'd love to hear the feedback, and we can definitely look at the pieces, like adding the audio and the story, so we can have that conversation. I have spent about 30 years in the granting world in grants, so I will also look to see what's available, to see if there's anything. Sometimes Alberta Tourism, you're probably tied into them already, but sometimes they have initiatives that might be fitting.
Yes, I was thinking of the small community grant that goes through economic development, or I believe it's agriculture ministry.
Okay.
I know they launch it every year, and they're inundated tenfold with applications. But anyways,
There's always a chance.
Yep, exactly. Thank you, Ollie, for offering to maybe look at that as well. So that would be awesome.
Yeah, I will absolutely look at that and send you, if I find anything, I'll send you information. Happy to assist in that world in any way.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
So we can just add, keep adding to this? So if we decide, okay, now we want this,
Yes.
can it then be done?
Yes.
Okay.
And we can always do things in a phased approach. Like, it would be really interesting to have that augmented reality for like the boiler house, because it is collapsed, or the battery motor shed, because there's only that one wall that was rebuilt. It'd be really interesting to do that, maybe like one building a year. That would be very cool. I've been speaking with IT about having us do, like, grab GoPro and do a GoPro tour of the mine site. So that could also tie in to having the audio for this as well.
Yes, for sure. Are there any other questions for Ollie and Shay? Seeing none. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm sure you'll be in touch with Ms. Wedman in the future, and thanks for joining us today.
Sounds great. Thank you for having us. And if anybody has any questions, please do reach out to us. We're happy to answer. And you get ideas, happy to run them by us. And we can go from there. Thank you so much. Great meeting, everyone.
Thank you again.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Ollie. Thank you, Shay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So with that, staff recommendation is that we receive for information. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I move that council receives the Kaleidoscope presentation for information.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All those in favor? And that motion's carried. And we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. and welcome back from our break. Because we have a gallery with us, which is wonderful, I think we're going to jump to item 9.4 in our correspondence. So that way they can carry on with the rest of their day, because that's what they're here for. We found out from the break. So anyway, so the item of concern is correspondence pertaining to the letter from the Clearwater County Taxpayer Association in regards to the river flat access. And so it has been presented to council, and I'm open the floor for discussion, because I know social media feeds have had an opportunity, but I'm going to ask maybe Director Haggart if she could outline maybe what has transpired, like a time of events, and then that would help direct the conversation going forward. Thank you, Director Haggart.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Although I didn't bring a file up with me because I didn't know you were going to ask for a specific timeline, what I can say is what we've been providing in terms of public information as people have called in. Obviously, there's some concern around the River Flats access. That was a compliance-based file that Clearwater County staff would have had earlier in the summer, I want to say June, July timeframe. I believe it was one that we had heard complaints on previously related to the squatting and the garbage, unsightly type concerns that are on the property. So staff would have gone through our regular enforcement process, which includes a letter going out to the landowner, which would say something along the lines of, we've had a complaint, here's the date we wish to come check out your property, you can be there or not. And just to give them a heads up that we're on the way with, usually we bring a peace officer along with a development officer just to do a review for staff safety. We would go do a site inspection, take some pictures, validate whether the complaint's founded or not, I guess, or to what extent the development officer feels that complaint is relative. From there, the landowner would have agreed to the site inspection or not, showed up perhaps with them. I don't know what happened in that case, but I do know that there was a follow-up letter with a file closure essentially, because the correspondence with the landowner essentially said, yep, we didn't realize the extent, we're on it, and they're moving towards what they're doing to be compliant. So from a planning staff perspective, that the file was closed in August. Now, understanding the landowner may be making some changes to the property, that's totally within their discretion as a private property owner, and certainly could have been as a result of the compliance and the, so essentially it was unsightly and illegal use of property. So it essentially related to the squatting that was taking place on the property. So from an administrative perspective, file was closed earlier in the summer, and then it's just come about because maybe some of those change the private property owner is taking place. So that's the history that I can provide, and I know a different staff, and I don't see Kim up here, but have had conversations with whether Public Lands or TransAlta, in fact, so to see what could be done, but we're not quite there yet, so as this was a new issue this week, so just wanted to give that background for you.
Thank you very much. Quick question in that regards. When we do enforcement, the area councillor and the property owner, and who else is also consulted or CC'd on that complaint?
In terms of complaints, the area councillor gets a copy just for awareness, because often people have a property owner that has a compliance action. They may wish to talk to their councillor about the compliance. That's at their discretion. So area councillor and the CAO and myself would be the ones copied on that.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Just to clarify, the change that's been applied to that property is simply vehicle access, that vehicles are restricted from crossing that property, or is there another restriction?
As Clearwater County's not the property owner, I'm not sure. I haven't been down to the site myself to know what or how they've closed off access to their private lands. I'm not sure if anybody else knows.
Follow up?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that was my understanding, that vehicle access is now restricted, but I think we're going to get some more information.
Hello, Ms. Gillum.
Yeah, from my understanding from
from them like letting us know that they were putting up barricades. It's my understanding to restrict vehicle access through the property.
So people can still access that area, but
They would still be going through private property, but if TransAlta allowed people to walk through their property to access the river, then yes.
Okay. Thank you. May I? Oh.
Okay, go ahead,
I
and
have
then I'm
more.
going to pass it on, so.
Okay, yes, I was invited to join the group there at the rally on Sunday and listen to all the concerns. And I know I have taken my family there years ago a number of times. It's a popular spot for people to go. I think there is a solution that just needs a little work to restore access and potentially even improve facilities at that site. So I will let some other people speak here.
Okay, Councillor Lottie, and then I'll go to Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you. And just to clarify, in my mind, this is privately owned property that is zoned agriculture and has traditionally been, the concept of trespassing has never been on people's mind before this point of time, except that there was a problem with unsightliness, and so we were asked to address that. Is that, am I summarizing the county's involvement on that process?
Director Hager?
Thanks, Reeve Swanson. That's a great question, Councillor Lougheed. Yes, and ownership would be, it's in the eye of the beholder to the parcel. There's a 3+ acre parcel that's owned by the private owned person that I named earlier. And also there's other areas like access along the river would be provincial. There's other provincial pieces. I believe Kim had a map pulled up that she was looking at for me on one end, perhaps not the best end for access, that public lands could perhaps allow access through that isn't on private property. But yes, the county's extent of involvement would be that we received a complaint, we issued a compliance letter to a landowner. We followed up with a site inspection and we closed the file based on the landowner's intent to rectify the unsightly, the garbage essentially and the squatting that was going on the parcel. And going beyond that to limit access is up to their discretion, of course, as a private property owner, and certainly something within their ability to do, but it's only their portion. So there's other pieces perhaps that, and I mean, maybe the landowner is willing to do something community-wise as well for access. I don't think the intent was to limit foot traffic through the parcel. That's been happening, but essentially, technically, it would be considered trespassing onto private property to gain access through there, even though it was historically done for many decades, I understand.
Thank you. I think that confirmed my understanding of the issues there. Thank you.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just gonna make a motion to streamline discussion, and then I'll have a couple of comments as well. But I would move that Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House work with the landowner to come up with solutions to maintaining public access to the North Saskatchewan River in the area commonly referred to as River Flats. I also was unaware, and it's actually a good thing. You don't want your elected officials to be involved in enforcement of any kind. You don't want me to be able to go over to our CPOs and remove a traffic ticket. You don't want me to be able to interfere. In fact, I believe it's called political interference, and you don't want your politicians to be able to do those things and have the power to do that. But I do think when the community comes back with the communication that, hey, this isn't working for me, we should have the ability to try to work with the community and landowners to come up with something that works better for the community. So hopefully, we, along with the town of Rocky Mountain House, can do that very thing, which is the essence of my motion. I actually reached out to Public Lands as well to find out if this was a lease. But in the 60s, when this was done, they deeded. They preferred to deed rather than lease, because I was hopeful that if it was a lease, we could just have the lease transferred back to Public Lands or to the county or somewhere other than the current landowner. That's not how they did it in the 60s. So unfortunately, that was a no-go as well. So hopefully we can work with the town and the community and the landowner and come up with solutions to maintain public access on this gem that is within our community. So that's the essence of my motion.
Can I ask you to repeat your motion, please?
Absolutely. Sorry, Jenna. Thank you. I would move that Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House work with the landowner to come up with solutions to maintaining public access to the North Saskatchewan River in the area commonly referred to as River Flats.
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions on that? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Yes, I had a similar motion drafted. Yes, I think discussion with the province could also be required. And I think we should also look at solutions to the problem, like having garbage bins there, maybe an outhouse, like create an actual day use or camping area. I think there's a lot of options that could be pursued to not only restore this, but to make it a more attractive site for the community in the region.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and I will be supporting the motion because I think it's a case-specific solution to a problem before us. However, I am somewhat concerned it being precedent-setting for other difficulties we have from time to time where landowners have excessive trespassing on their property and are concerned with their remedies for that. So hopefully this is a case-specific solution, something that can be worked out by all parties involved and find a solution. It should not set precedent for the balance of the community, the balance of this municipality, in that land rights are not respected. So.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Ratcliffe, I think that solutions like that can absolutely come to the table. I think it's important, though, that we talk with the landowner. So that's why I left it as broad as I did. And I think it's important to include the town of Rocky Mountain House as well, because of the type of services that may be required in which to help with the actual crux of some of the problems, right? Whether that's with our FCSS groups or other options, which is why I felt that it was important to include our partners with the town of Rocky Mountain House. So that's, yeah.
I see this as two problems. This isn't one problem we're trying to solve. There's two problems that are there. That we have a community that would like public access, but we have residents that are not, I'll just say, they have that right too, to put in a complaint and say, this is not the use that it was intended and it is now being abused. I feel like our county and our town are a bit in a corner. We are made to be the bad guy in all this because at the end of the day, this should have been on the landowner to, in my opinion, put out better signage. I know where my husband and I used to farm, we had 2 miles of river and we had a sign at the top of at our property gate that said, land use respect, please call and for permission to access that. And we had a lot of youth that went down and did their gatherings then back in the day, I won't say what kind, but whatever. But it was a way of allowing the opportunity for people to still access that river, whether it be for swimming or fishing or whatever else, but also as a private owner, ensuring that the liability on that was used at your own risk, etc. So I see this as an opportunity to maybe adjust the system or fix the system. There's definitely been some gaps. There's been some miscommunication. There's been a lot of emotion because this has been going on for a lot of years. Didn't happen overnight. So I will support the motion, but I would like to amend the motion with a friendly amendment to also include our MLA and also include Minister Lowen of Public Lands, because at the end of the day, I would like to see this turned over not to the county and the town, but turned over to the province, because they have the direct link to the feds to DFO to allow maybe a proper boat launch there as well. So it is a twofold. But at the end of the day, this is still two separate problems, in my opinion. It's about community access, and it's about ensuring that the proper use that is happening there. So as far as that. So, any other comments or questions on the motion that is on the floor? Go ahead, Councillor Meloff.
Just confirming the amendment that would be to move that Clearwater County, the town of Rocky Mountain House, and the province of Alberta work with the landowner.
Absolutely.
Yep, no, I think that is appropriate. I actually think that this is simply a 1960s problem that is now, or a 1960s solution, because it was a solution to a problem back then with regards to the dam and et cetera, that has now created a 2025 problem. So I think that if we work together with, the province as well and the landowner and the town, we can come up with solutions that will be better suited for our community's needs.
And I do believe we do have areas out west. When I was sitting on the Bighorn Standing Committee, or the steering committee, that, the dam, you brought it up, was closed down. And people were not happy about that too. But there was a solution with the province and the landowner to create it there to bring in washrooms, make it safe, et cetera. So I see it as the same problem. And it's just, unfortunately, the landowner has multiple properties. And this is probably a corporate issue, but we need to be able to bring in the government of Alberta into this discussion to assist us, because this is not our access. This is on them, so, in my opinion. Councillor Gibson.
My question is liability. If anything happens on it, who's liable? The landowner or us, because we have allowed access to that area? That's the only concern I have is things do happen. We don't want them to, but they do. So who is liable for anything when that happens?
CEO Ammons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Thank you for the question, Councillor Gibson. It's not our authority to allow or deny access. It's entirely the landowner, no different than my own farm, should I choose to let somebody on or not. So Clearwater County would not have any liability because we don't have the authority to allow or disallow. It would be entirely up to the landowner, and the liability would be entirely on the landowner.
Okay. Any other comments or questions before I call the question? Councillor Northcott.
No, I think it's a very appropriate motion, and hopefully we can move forward to find, options and solutions to benefit the community in the future. So I will support that motion, absolutely.
Councillor Meloff.
Thank you for that, Councillor Northcott. My only other question was, this is zoned agriculture. What farming is taking place on this particular property? I'm just curious. It's zoned agriculture, but what type of farming is taking place there?
Ms. Gillum?
Seems like the zoning itself is also vastly inappropriate.
Ms. Gillum?
The short answer is everything is ag if it's not something else. I guess so. Essentially, everything had an agriculture zoning to start, and then as things are subdivided, they're given other zonings such as residential properties or recreation properties or things of that nature. This portion of the property is like a remainder of the quarter section adjacent to the river, and so it just remains in that agricultural zoning with a variety of things. Obviously, you're not farming maybe that 100-meter width of property, but that's just the standard zoning for remainders of properties within there. So whether it makes more sense to be something else, but that would be up to the landowner to apply for and change the zoning of that property to a use to allow something different within there, should they wish it to be that way.
Okay, thank you. Director Haggard?
You bet, and thank you, Reeve Swanson. I'm taking all my opportunities to provide comment today on my last meeting. So, but I appreciate the dialogue and adding this to the agenda as correspondence so that administration could speak to what transpired from the county's perspective, and also to kind of bring to light the situation we're in when we can't advocate for access to a private parcel that we don't own as Clearwater County, because certainly council can, and a lobby effort working with, but administratively we can't make those calls. So I really appreciate that council support in discussing this today so that we can have a direction to move forward, because otherwise we just
have to follow the land use bylaw, that's council's policy, and say, you know, and actually unsightly is MGA, so it's even above our Clearwater counties. If there's a complaint against an unsightly property, it has to be addressed, and the mechanisms were given for enforcement. And again, the file itself for us, we considered it closed because the property owner said, yeah, we'll rectify that. So I really appreciate, but the position to, you know, all those great ideas like garbage cans and access and day use areas are fantastic ideas, but it can't be implemented by staff because the county owns the road right of way, and that's the extent of our stake in the game adjacent to that parcel. So the most we would own would be the approach going into the property and within the road right of way, and then there's private landowners up and down the river. And so again, they're advocating for a trespass wouldn't be something we'd be able to do administratively, but providing a solution is something at the council's governance realm to have that discussion, so much appreciated.
You bet. And I think that's, at the end of the day, this is what we all want, is to be able to find that common ground and that collaboration effect and find that what's best, that's safe and appropriate for that property. Councillor Lohi.
Thank you, and just also to confirm one thing for me, this probably would have fallen under the land use bylaw at some point of time. Was it acted on with the previous land use bylaw, with the current one? I just don't want the inference to be that this was somehow a new rule. This was, that was kind of irrelevant to the whole question here. That's kind of what I'm trying to confirm.
Go ahead, Director Hager.
Oh, there's the mic. Perfect. Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and for the question. Certainly because of the time frame I laid out at the beginning of the conversation that we started about the River Flats area, that compliance and complaint came under 71401 bylaw, which would have been the 2001 version of the land use bylaw. So it was essentially, from an administrative perspective, handled in a compliance process before the land use bylaw of 2025 was adopted. But the same rules apply in terms of unsightly or otherwise. If there's a complaint, we would still deal with them in the same manner.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, during all of this, I don't want to forget about the person that took the courage to bring this complaint forward. And whatever we do, we need to consider them also, because I understand that it had a big impact on their life to bring this forward. So I certainly do not want to leave them out in the cold. We need to represent them also, because it had a big impact on their life, because I know to bring a complaint forward takes a lot of courage. I take my hat off to this person or persons who done this. So let's not forget about them.
Okay. All right, so motion on the floor. Any other comments or questions on that motion, or do you want the motion reread? Everybody good? I think it's just in regards to bringing all parties to the table to have this discussion on that property with the property owner. Okay. See no other lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Note, this isn't a public hearing. It's so, you can, there's an opportunity for a public hearing. That's why we brought this motion or this item forward, so that you could hear council's discussion. So in regards to this. So with that, we're going to continue on and move on back to bylaw, into the bylaws section, which is item 5.3. We'll take a break, please.
Thank you for politely ignoring me,
Could we have a break, please?
everyone here in the room, I've made
Welcome back from our break. So we are now at we just concluded 9.4 of correspondence. And we are now moving along to our 11 o'clock delegation, which we're just a little bit behind, which is item 7.3, Office of the CEO, 7.3.1, which is the review of Bylaw 1120/24, Broadband Committee. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Haight, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I would just like to note that the item 7.3.1 has been updated, and council has received copies of the updated report. It has also been added to the public agenda as item 7.3.4, referencing that item 7.3.1 has been updated. So today we have.
Just a point of order. I don't have that even on the public record. I didn't see that it updated in the agenda. I was handed this 30 seconds ago. We actually didn't change the agenda, and it hasn't been updated online. I'm watching the digital one right here for 4?
7.3.1.
Well, she just said it was changed in the agenda for 7.3.4. We didn't amend that to the agenda at part 2 when we did the adoption of the agenda. So do we need to actually make a motion to change the agenda here right now?
Ms. Haight, if I may explain, there were some technical difficulties in updating the report. It is, in order to make it public and to add it to the agenda, the item had to be reproduced as a separate item. For whatever reason, the program was not allowing me to replace the item. So it looks like it's an addition, but I've referenced in the subject line that it's an updated item 7.3.1.
Okay, sorry, because I thought you just said it was an addition to 7.3.4.
It appears on the agenda as an addition, but that is only because of the technical difficulties that I was having with publishing the agenda.
Okay, so we don't have to do a motion to actually amend the agenda?
No.
Okay.
All that's been done is that the report has been updated, like the background information has been updated to include written comments and notes from legal representation.
Okay.
And that is why both are appearing on the agenda for complete transparency. The original item 7.3.1 and the updated item 7.3.1. Both are appearing on the agenda for transparency.
So would I have to refresh to have the digital one say that? Because the digital one's still...
Possibly, yes,
Okay.
you may have to refresh.
Like it's still not there. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
And we could still be having some technical difficulties with the program.
Thank you.
Okay.
Continue, please.
So we do have council's legal representation in attendance.
1 second. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I have to object to this. Having next to no notice of significantly more material, have not had a chance to review it, nor consult with my legal counsel if that is required. So I move that this item be deferred to another meeting to allow time for a proper review by council and myself, and whatever steps may be necessary to properly prepare.
Okay. So Councillor Ratcliffe has made a motion to table.
to table.
Any comments on the motion? Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Are you putting a date of when it will be coming back? Do you have a suggested date?
Sufficient.
Okay, I will support your motion because I too, we just got this package 2 minutes ago. So I don't feel like I'm prepared, but I also feel like a lot of just the quick skimming of this information isn't required in order to make a decision on a broadband committee bylaw. And that's what this is supposed to be about. It's not about any one person's eligibility of that, it's the bylaw itself. That was my understanding that we were going over, and things like including public on that committee or not. And this seems more like we are trying to come up with why somebody has not been allowed to be included rather than looking at the actual individual bylaw itself. But I will support that so that I have the time to go over the new material that's being presented today.
Any other comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Lougheed.
Because I had only received this recently, it looks like there's a fair amount of information to decipher in here. I would be more than willing to do the work to understand the material that's in there. However, knowing that some councillors are named specifically in there and they have a difficulty with it moving forward in the time frame that's been presented, I would probably support the motions before us.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Northcott?
Just a question for administration are there any, if this is to be postponed or tabled to a future meeting, are there any implications or what implications would be a result of tabling or postponing this? Or if there are any?
Ms. Hay?
None.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions on the postponement of this, tabling of this? Go ahead, Ms. Grunberg.
Thank you very much. A fair point of when would this be considered again? If council is going to suggest amendments to the bylaw, one should be mindful, of course, that committee appointments are typically made at an organizational meeting. And so if council is going to direct that amendments be considered or draft amendments be worked up for further consideration, there should be not only one, but also 2 council meetings in terms of timing before the organizational meeting. So if this is deferred to a council meeting and council ultimately makes the decision that they would like to see amendments drafted on certain topics, then there should be a further council meeting for consideration of those specific amendments. So if you're looking at timing, it might be best if there were not just one council meeting targeted prior to the general election, but 2.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Thank you for the information. Just to go a little bit further with that, is there an opportunity at the next organizational meeting for appointments for boards and committees? Could they, at that time, if there was to be amendments, could those appointments at the organizational meeting for certain boards or committees, could they be postponed or tabled until a future meeting, or would they have to be dealt with on that day at the organizational meeting, or can certain items for boards and certain committees be postponed until after?
Yes, all appointments could be postponed, but that would effectively leave the situation with there being no committee. Another alternative would be that there could be an interim appointment of committee members, and that could be revised at a future date. For example, if there was an amendment to the bylaw to contemplate lay members, that is, non-council members, it would be very difficult by your organizational meeting in October to properly distribute that. But you could have a committee appointed on an interim basis of, for example, just councillors, with a view to, for example, also appointing lay members at a specific date, perhaps January 1st, or effective January 1st, or something along those lines.
Thank you for the information.
Any other comments or questions on the motion to postpone? Seeing now as time is getting away from us again, and this may have been, have a further discussion. Only one meeting that is scheduled coming up, and then we have our organizational meeting, or the organizational meeting. There's not enough time in order to get this through. I'll support the motion to postpone. Anyone else? Councillor Ratcliffe?
I would like a recorded vote, please.
Sure. Recorded vote, please. Any other comments or questions? Okay, motion to postpone. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you, Ms. Grunberg, for attending.
Welcome.
Right, so moving back into our agenda, we'll move back to item, under the bylaw section, we'll move to item 5.3, which is consideration of third reading for 25/056 of the Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater Stronger Together Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework, Building Opportunities for Our Future, and I will turn it over to Ms. Haight.
Thank you, Rube Swanson. So at the September 9th council meeting, council granted first and second reading of the ICF bylaw 25/056, and today it is being presented to council for consideration of third reading.
So we had started this back at the last meeting, I believe, and so we have no further amendments or anything on the bylaw. So looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I would make that motion for third reading of bylaw 25/056.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on third reading of the ICF agreement with the town? Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I still object to the discrepancy in percentages with regards to 20% total volume for septage and versus the 25.4% on a different page. I truly think that the verbiage of 20% total volume is setting up the county for future agreement issues. And just by the sheer fact that they are different, I recognize that it is not our team. We were simply going with what the information that we were given. And I do very much value the work that you have done on this agreement. There's lots of it that is very, very good. I just worry that this particular part is setting up Clearwater County for agreement issues in the future. And I can't support it this time because of that.
Okay, thank you. Any other further comments or questions? Councillor Lougheed?
And I tend to agree with Councillor Milhoff. I've thought long and hard on those percentages, but I have deferred to the administrative perception or perspective on those volumes being appropriate, even though the actual numbers don't indicate that. There was a I shouldn't say complacency, there was a confidence that that would represent our community well, so I will support the motion.
Anyone else? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, just could we have a quick refresher on the discrepancy in those numbers and which document actually specifies the correct numbers?
This would be on the agreement with the Rocky Mountain House Lagoon agreement. And I'm not sure what page that is on.
And so that would not be properly, those numbers would not properly be in this document.
Just so I'm not running over what pages, could sorry, Councillor Meloff, could you?
Thank you. Page 156 of our actual agenda has the reference to 20% total volume. Page 43 of the agreement specifies the formula that was come up with the town and county public works department. It's an extensive formula, and it actually references the actual direct document for that, and takes in the formula itself takes into account how much dilution is required for more consolidated septage, hauling, etc., which is how they came up with that formula. However, on page 156, the reference to 20% total volume is inaccurate, because we're actually less than 2% total volume. And so therefore, having it show that 20% total volume for receiving at the sewage treatment facility within the town puts the county in a position to then have to potentially increase the formula rate that was based on less than 2% total volume, but the dilution factor required to deal with our septage hauling, which is what our rural residents utilize. So I have an issue with that, and I worry that the verbiage of 20% total volume will be utilized against this council when the next time that this particular agreement has to be negotiated, which is why I object to this particular agreement. We'll be voting against it today.
So that is the only issue in the whole agreement, is those particular numbers, correct? That's what I'm hearing.
Well, I had other issues with regards to the fact that we care significantly more about our chief elected official in the old document, where it was required that the chief elected official of both municipalities had to be present, but it wasn't a hill I was willing to die on. This one is one that changed my vote.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
I was just wondering if administration could just give a quick, brief description if in the future, if there are amendments that may need to be made to the agreements or this plan, what would that process? Is there ability in the future to amend this plan, and what would that process be?
Ms. Hay?
Well, just to be clear, on page 43 of the document is a description of the current wastewater sewage lagoon agreement, which I believe the figures here in one of the bullet points, town is 74.6% and county is 25.4%. And if I'm hearing right, there is issue with these percentages being different than what is recorded on, and if I could get the page number?
Page 156 of our agenda.
Page 156? Oh, in the inventory listing on that one? I mean, definitely an amendment can be made today so that both percentages are the same. If that, and then if council wishes, they could adopt or grant third reading as amended, as the agreement is amended. Because, I mean, like I said, the services inventory was updated, the town services inventory was updated by town administration, but perhaps it can just be clarified with the town and that number be adjusted.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. If an amendment has to be made, does it not then have to go back through the ICC process and then be readopted by both town and county? It's my understanding that that is the way that that process would have to take place. And for me, it's not even the different discrepancy of those, because then if we're just gonna change the percentage for where it shows on page 43 of the 25.4%, which was come up with by the formula from Public Works and has some actual understanding of why that formula exists, and just change this to 25.4%, it then would read that 25.4% of the total volume that is taken in by this facility is from the rural areas. When the septic reports that we were getting, it was less than 2%. So I worry about the implications when we are negotiating these agreements in the future. Yeah.
CO Evans?
Thank you, East Swanson. And if I may, everything is a picture in time. Should usage change, should volumes change going forward, this council is well aware that there's one large business owner that is the majority contributor that is impacting those numbers today. Should instances change and those circumstances change, it would be on both municipalities to respectfully challenge each other and renegotiate based on the numbers of that day and to answer Councillor Northcott's question, to renegotiate into a new agreement. Absolutely. And to give some further background, Councillor Melhoff is spot on with her numbers. What both Public Works took into account wasn't just volume, but it was quality of volume. Rural septage is far harder to treat. There's two types of treatments, aeration and dilution, typically for any wastewater. And rural requires third-party gray water to add to the treatment, because a lot of gray water is lost before it's ever picked up and brought to the receiving station. So it's a thicker, harder sludge to treat, therefore it takes more energy. So what the 25% equates to is the energy it takes to a full containment. Of course, where an urban standard that's all piped is full containment. It has all the gray water with it as well. So it's a reflection of the energy it takes to the actual septage. And that was the algorithm that was to explain the background on that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I feel concern at risk for the discrepancies in these numbers. I can see the argument being made in front of a mediator that, well, this is the newer document, so therefore this number is appropriate. So, and I see no real reason for this to be there. So I will not be supporting this motion with this included.
There's no motion on the floor yet. Oh, sorry, that's right, sorry. I had it there, but any other comments or questions on this particular discussion in regards to the water treatment? Anybody else have any other comments or questions on the other part of the document? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Just another administrative question. If this municipal collaboration framework was not adopted, what implications would that be to the municipalities? What would be the consequences or the repercussions if it was defeated? Or if this wasn't adopted today?
Yeah, it would have to just start over, go back to the drawing board. I mean, from what I'm understanding, like it would, on page 156 of the agenda, under the wastewater collection and treatment subcategory, the issue is that in brackets, it says 20% of total volume. So if I'm understanding this correctly, that is the problem, the 20% that does not equal what is in the current agreement. So should council then defeat third reading, it would have to start over again with a new bylaw number, go back to the ICC with a new bylaw number. Or council could strike, like amend this inventory of services provided. It would still have to go back to the, yeah, like I think it just would still have to just start all over again from scratch. And this last process started in May. The committee discussed and reviewed all of the documents. They provided their final recommendations to each respective councils in August. And so, yeah, that would have to start all over again.
Okay, answer your question. Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and I certainly don't want to go back and start all over again. I know that these documents are all kind of a give and take, and there's individual points within there that I think at some point in time we decide whether we can live with or live without. This is one of them. I think we've somewhat conceded that 20% volume to be able to have access for our commercial operators that haul septage in. Clearwater County, does, as far as I know, does not haul septage into this. It is for those businesses that operate within Clearwater County to serve its citizens that need access, need those gates open. That's the real fear, that those gates won't be open for those businesses and there won't be options for Clearwater County residents there. So that's why I think those points, although inconvenient and costly, for Clearwater County to invest, this sets us up to invest in another municipality's infrastructure, and we have invested heavily in this other municipality's infrastructure. It's a knowledge, it's a give and take that we are conceding some points on this to obtain the better good of the whole document. So I can support the motion for third reading, although I have concerns about what it could lead to. I think it is still a decent document.
And I believe too that there's an opportunity to review this document annually with through the ICC process, and so it could be brought up. And the ICF, the way I understand it, and is that it is just a high level. The agreement itself is always can be reviewed.
Yeah, that's
correct.
That's correct.
Okay, Councillor Gibson.
Councillor Malhalf, you've sat on the committee from the beginning, right? And has this come up time and time again for you, your preview? Like, have you complained about this?
I think it's safe to say that I make sure that I'm vocal in those meetings.
Okay. I'm like Councillor Lougheed, don't like the number, but the overall agreement is good, and since it is a yearly review, possibly we can have a look and get that reviewed on a yearly basis if that figure then has to change.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I have a procedural question. Rather than trashing all the work that's gone into this to this point, can I withdraw my motion and make a motion to refer this back to ICC with that amendment of removing that 20% of total volume clause, and then the process is still alive? And we would not have to start over?
Well, the town has adopted or granted third reading to their respective bylaw. If an amendment is made at this point, the town would need to do an amending bylaw. So, I mean, yes, definitely, it can be done. It can go back to the ICC if that's the motion that is made and carried. And then the impact of that would be that after the ICC meets and discusses it, and then if the amendment was agreed to by the committee, and then the recommendation to each respective councils would be for the town council to amend the bylaw that passed third reading, and then county council would adopt this bylaw number. So simple answer, yes, it can be done. It's just a couple more steps in the process. And of course, the town council would have to agree to amending their bylaw.
Okay, I think in that case, that's the expedient thing to do, is to withdraw the motion for third reading and instead make a motion that the document be referred back to ICC with the amendment of removing that 20% of total volume from it.
Okay, motion on the floor, third reading motion is rescinded or withdrawn and, withdrawn. And new motion on the floor is to refer the document back to the ICC with the strike through of a 20% total volume under that. Go ahead, Ms.
Well, I should also point out, like, the inventory of services, it's not the actual ICF itself. The inventory of services is not in the ICF agreement. The inventory of services is just simply, I guess, literally a list of what services are in inventory. It's not part of the ICF agreement. It's used to assist in building an ICF agreement. It's a shopping list of what services are provided. And I think to be using that shopping list that quite possibly could have a typo in it, to not adopt the bylaw, which this inventory services list is not even part of the bylaw. I guess this is what I'm trying to say. So
in the, I'm looking at not the strike-through version, but the clean version online. So it would be page 15 of the document. And item 24.1 says that, the following agreements are in place for the town of Rocky Mount House and Clearwater with respect to services. And each agreement is available. There's a detailed description of each in Appendix E. So Appendix E, it's an appendix, is that not part of the agreement?
the appendices are, yes, but it doesn't, the agreement listing has the descriptions of the agreement, but page 156 of that of that document is not in,
The spreadsheet.
in the
Excel
ICF.
spreadsheet. Okay.
Yeah, like that page there is not attached to the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Does that mean that, I'm confused about the authority of this, but so does our council have the ability to approve third reading and with this section struck?
You mean on the inventory services list?
Yes.
So, so you, council would be considering adopting the bylaw?
Amended.
Well, like I explained, that page is not part of the bylaw. It's not attached to the bylaw.
Okay, so if it's not part of it, who can strike it?
Well, it's from the town's information. So I guess it would be town administration that would update that list. If there was some error in it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Delahaye?
And that's, I thank you for that point. And ultimately, this description, that group of parentheses behind that is creating the problem here really is almost immaterial to the description. We could change it to 20% of effective volume or 20% of volume or 20%, or just strike it. And ultimately put it in, I believe you said the town hasn't went through the process yet of adopting this? They have already? Okay, that becomes a problem, so. Yes.
Okay, so the motion.
Yeah.
Yep, no, so the motion on the floor by Councillor Ratcliffe is to amend the inventory service provided by Town of Rocky Mount House to amend to strike 20% of total ball. That is, and send it back to ICC. Okay, so that is the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Northcott.
Boy, quite the discussion here. But this page, the page 156 truly is not part of the, it's not part of the ICF agreement, right? It's just really additional information that was provided for this.
Yeah, like that's not attached to the bylaw. It's not a schedule to the bylaw. It was just information that's used to identify all of the different types of services and how they're provided.
So then there's no real specific amendments being sent back to the committee, because this is just background information or additional information to the agreement?
I don't think so. I don't think that, I would have to review the document again. I can't say for certain. I'd have to review it in detail to see if there was any other.
CEO Ammons?
Thank you, and perhaps if it assists at all, the ICF is the legislative agreement that umbrellas all the other agreements within it. This is simply an Excel sheet providing a summary of all those agreements so that both councils can look at the list of inventory and see they reflect the actual agreements, if that helps. In other words, the percentages in the wastewater agreement would take paramount. That would rule.
Councillor Lloyd?
And thank you for that, CEO Ammons. I think here, as we look forward, we know that it will be a future ICC that has to, if we delay this, it'll be that future ICC that'll have to bring their knowledge level and even understand what we're talking about. I think it may be unnecessary to do that, because ultimately, if this is used, it can create benefit to those negotiations in the future, because there may be a discussion around the value of this water source, future water source, and we may be set up for a 20% return from this as opposed to a 2% return. So it'd be up to that future ICC to negotiate the best possible deal with the information of the day, but to really set them up in a difficult position, I think would be somewhat unfair of delaying this decision.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yeah, thank you. On page 63 of the agreement, it says Part D, Inventory of Current Services and Agreements. So I think arguably this spreadsheet is part of the agreement.
Okay, any other further comments or questions? Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, on page 154, third paragraph, it says the services that are included are based on listed mandatory services in the MGA, and it lists wastewater. So I have a problem with that too, that the 20%, it should be 2%. I don't think we want to stricken it right out. I think we want to put in a 2% of total volume, because that's what we were given. I know that it takes another big percentage to dilute our 2% down, but that's not what we're delivering. If we say that we're going to deliver 20%, then we have to dilute 20%, not dilute 2%.
Okay. All right. So with that, okay, Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'm going to.
Thank you. That's a good point, Councillor Cermak. And that's, if this is stricken, then the only percentages in are that specific agreement. And there is no opportunity to argue that, you know, this one was approved later, or, you know, it means that the actual agreement is the only one. Thank you.
All right, so there is a motion on the floor. Again, I'll repeat, to remove the 20% total volume off the inventory of services for the town of Rocky Mountain House. And so basically sending us back to the ICC for review. I won't be supporting this. I fully believe that this is, I am on the ICC with Councillor Melhoff and Councillor Ratcliffe, and we've had extensive discussion since May. This has always been brought up and has been discussed. But at the end of the day, this is a reference for us. This is Town of Rocky Mountain House's inventory. This is their service level for everything that they do within their budget. We have our own, that's there. It's separate, clear and separate as far as, you know, the MGA is concerned, as far as basic services for the Clearwater County. So we've had list all our services as there. Service that we provide outside of the mutual agreed common services that we do with the town. So for me, this is semantics. Although the percentage is written there, I think that the next ICC can bring this up when with the agreement itself, not through the ICF, because I think the ICF is like CAOM has suggested that this is just an overarching umbrella. The agreements themselves have their whole precedence. So I will not be supporting the motion, sorry. Councillor Lahi.
Thank you, and I won't be supporting the motion either. I think this is, would be a missed opportunity to put this one in the rearview mirror. Ultimately, we move forward. I've had this discussion over the percentage of contribution into the wastewater system time and time again over the last 8 years. And you know what? I haven't been successful in arguing that. And we had administration delve deeply into the subject and came back with what they believed was a fair way to move forward. So I will stand by my administration, although I have misgivings about those numbers. But leave it to future councils and future ICCs to have those fulsome discussions around their contribution to another municipality's wastewater system. And I would also mention too, when we talk about dilution, the town gets a great source of dilution water for free. I mean, their storm sewer empties right into this, so they get a lot of that volume that dilutes it and makes it very easy to treat. Whereas Clearwater County, we don't have the option to haul in fresh water into this on a regular basis. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so motion on the floor. Any other comments or questions? I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And motion's defeated. So now looking for a motion for third reading as per staff recommendation.
I would so move.
Okay, motion for third reading by Councillor Lougheed. Any comments or questions on that? Councillor Ratcliffe?
There we go. Thank you. Yes, I will not be supporting third reading. We're in a position now where we can have this fixed, whether it's an oversight, a typo, whatever. But if we approve that, then we're back at the ICC table asking to have this reviewed and to strike that, which is definitely a much weaker position to be in. And this number got here for a reason. And so I will not be supporting third reading.
Thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Since I made the motion, I'll explain why I support it. And essentially, this puts this behind us. We've debated and argued many points within this agreement for many, many times. I think this gives us a good foundation moving forward. And if we're talking more specifically about the wastewater thing, we've already made the significant investments in that infrastructure. This keeps those gates open to allow our businesses to use those services and facilities that are being offered as part of a regional agreement. And I think that only benefits our community in the long term, as opposed to picking at the Band-Aid. I think we've taken steps to move into the future, and that's why I'd be supporting.
Okay, thank you. If there are any other comments or questions, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of third reading? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. All right, thank you. So with that, we're going to take our lunch break, and we'll be back at about 12:45. And welcome back. So we just finished our lunch and we are now continuing on in our agenda with section 7, which is new business. And we'll start with item 7.1.1, which is the 2025 annual communications update. And I will turn it over to Ms. Tudrick, please.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for having me today. The staff recommendation for this item is that Council receives the 2025 communications update for information as presented. As Council may recall, over the past several years, an annual communications update has been presented to Council about the previous year's achievements and highlights of project priorities for the upcoming year, as reflected in the Strategic Communications Plan for 2023 to 2026. Although I am presenting here solo, everything that you are about to hear is the result of highly skilled and dedicated team, and their combined efforts are the result of how good of a job we do with communications. So since the last update to Council, April 9th of 2024, the Communications Department has continued to advance this plan. The report covers approximately 18 months of data and trends, so that's approximately from January 2024 to August of 2025. Jenna, if we can just go over to the PowerPoint, please. The overview will start off with an overview of the communications team, a brief review of our service level inventory specific to communications, some of our communications tools that we repeatedly use through various projects, our major accomplishments, some of the goals and progresses made towards those goals, and just some key challenges and lessons learned in the last 18 months, as well as a looking forward section. So the communications team. So I'll just start off with a little bit of a communications evolution background for Council's information. So communications has grown from a single coordinator managing a simple website and basic newsletter content pre-COVID. Then COVID happened and we were faced with an increasing demand for digital engagement. And this encompasses videos, graphics, professional documents, advertising, a lot more digital engagement. And that led to an additional full-time position being added. Since then, there has been rising expectations addressing increased digital engagement, more centralized information, branding consistency, new responsibilities from either legislative or regional changes like the dissolution of regional partnerships and provincial downloading. As for recent pressures, following the completion of a few major public engagement projects and the 2025 communications audit, it was noted that there are still resource constraints limiting time for strategic planning and professional development. And that most recently, as Council recalls, this summer has led to an additional full-time position as well being added, just so that we can maintain our current level of output. Looking ahead, we'll be reviewing our current process to sustain the workload, maintain our current quality, as well as look at areas of improvement, and also plan for more strategic work in 2026 and the years following. Our goal overall is to ensure that we have more meaningful engagement with our residents. For communication service level inventory, so our team provides a range of services. And just to list them off briefly, these are actually screenshots from the audit. So it explains a little bit more in detail about what the communications function is, as well as the departmental responsibilities to each of these areas. But they include advertising, so that's preparing the content for the ad, making sure it's formatted to the right size, ensuring that we've got central location for where our ads are placed in the newspapers. We'll create graphics and various other content either for website or social media, corporate branding, ensuring there's consistency across all of our branding. So it could be, for example, a PowerPoint presentation to a report to a poster, etc. Crisis and issues management, so making sure that we've got timely information in the event of emergencies and crises, and that information is consistent across all of the different tools that we output it through. Event promotion and planning, that entails assisting the departments with whatever they might need logistically, whether it's advertising for the event, making sure they've got marketing collateral, and I'll show some pictures of some recent stuff that we've ordered to show a nicer presence when we're out in the community. Internal communications, as we're growing, we're always finding new ways of efficiencies and making sure that the communication between departments is seamless and that the flow of information is coming at the appropriate time. Public engagement, so once again, assisting any of the departments with bigger projects, planning from open houses, online virtual engagements, anything along those lines. Report and speech writing, so assisting wherever needed, either with council or any department. And then social media management, which is a big monstrous job to handle, as well as a website management. Some of the major accomplishments I'll go over is our branding refresh. So this started in 2022, but even to this day, we're still fixing our old logo on various documents and in trying to improve how the consistency is funneled through all the different tools. So this right here is a little diagram just showing our evolution of our logo in 99 to 2010, 2011, and then 2022. If council recalls, in 2022, we were challenged with not being able to find a lot of different vendors that would to be able to embroider our logo with the full 5 colors. At that time, the logo was about a 12,000 stitch pattern, and it was because of how complex the logo was and how much detail went into it. So we did a rebrand to just simplify the logo. So some of those key highlights in the logo change includes that there's no white outer rim, the font has changed to be bolder and bigger. There's more smoother mountain peaks, more curves, smoother rivers, and then just overall brighter colors. We've also locked down the colors so that we're not getting any variations. So right now it's a little bit, there's a bit of cost savings when it comes to embroidery. It's a lot easier to market and design documents, as well as it just has a bit more of a refreshed and modern look. The next slide just shows our highlights of our branding guidelines. So we're now locked down to 6 logos, so you might see them interchangeably used. We use the primary logo whenever possible. The secondary logo is more of wherever it fits for marketing purposes, and then the colors on the right-hand side are lockdown colors. We've also published this branding guideline online, so it's just clearwatercounty.ca/branding, and we share that with our vendors now. It's a lot easier for them just to be able to download the zip file. They have the true vector files of the logos that they can use, as well as the Pantone colors. When it comes to marketing events, we now have a full suite of different collateral that we can bring with us, from tablecloths, tents, swag, whether it's pens, notepads. The picture on the slide is just of our recent attendance at the Leslieville block party. It just shows just how nice your presence can be when you've got that kind of full branded set together. But it all starts with having a branding guideline and making sure that there's a strategy behind planning something like this. The next big major accomplishment was the amalgamation with the Village of Caroline as of January 1st, 2025. This has increased our need for communication processes internally and building that ongoing relationship piece with key stakeholders and residents, as well as internally, departmentally, as we're figuring out how some of the new processes are going to be working going forward. The other major accomplishment, I've just sort of lumped these as large-scale projects. These were the ones that revolved around planning public engagement, so open houses. So we've had a big component for over 2 years with the land use bylaw rewrite, development nodes for the area structure plans, specifically Saunders, Alexo, Whitecoat Lakes, and then ongoing engagement with the broadband project. So whether it's creating the engagement website, we went out to the community earlier this spring, and a lot of behind the scenes work does need to take place in order for us to be able to execute these projects. The next slide is just talking about how we communicate the tools. I've used this slide for several years, and I love that it can picture all the different tools that we use. Each of them requires a different amount of time and planning, but it just gives us an overview of all the different ways that we're trying to communicate to the public. Our website, and I'll talk a little bit more about it later on in my presentation, it's still gaining more and more traffic. So we had about over 298,000 visits in just 2024 alone. We have a mobile app that feeds into our website, so it's just a miniature version of the website. People can go to some of those key landing pages a lot easier through the mobile app. It also allows alert features, so if there are any significant road closures or fire bans, we can also push up message notification to users that have the mobile app downloaded. Our Facebook and Instagram, LinkedIn have all increased in their followers. These are the numbers that of the current follower numbers. YouTube, we've got about 394 subscribers, but as you'll see in a slideshow on the next few slides, the engagement is very consistent and it's growing. Over the last 4 years, it's grown substantially. TV screens, we advertise not only in our county building, so we have a TV in the county's main lobby where we post our events. It could be either a deadline for a survey, recruiting, that's open for our Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Service, as well as any other events that the county puts on. We also utilize the TV in the Nordic Discovery Center also to message communication about the fire status changing or any other relevant information to visitors and residents out there. We also advertise in the Rock Recreational Center on their TVs, and then most recently utilizing the Caroline Hub as well. Though we can go off to the next slide. In terms of the website, so as you'll see in this graph, it's showing an increasing trend since 2021. We've had 2 redesigns in the website, taking it off the old platform around 2019, and then we've had some improvements, and then 2024 we did a redesign of it, just so it's updated with the new branding. The 2 smaller images inside the graph show a breakdown of the devices that are used for our website. Majority of our users are using their mobile devices to access the website, and then the last chart, the bar graph there, just shows that the majority of the audiences traveling to our website are over 55 years of age. That's important to know because of how we communicate and the tone of language that we use, and also it helps us understand how much visual aids we need to either add or decrease depending on what kind of content it is. And as with the website, it's an ongoing project that continues to need growth and improvement. So we're always making improvements to make the content easier to access, reformatting information, or even perhaps removing old web pages that are no longer visited. Next slide. Facebook. So out of all the social media platforms, Facebook has grown the most. As you can see in these 3 charts, we have had over 1,800 new followers. We've reached over 450,000 people. And then the demographic, as you'll see, it's a little bit younger demographic than the website. So that shows that the more digital engagement that we're pushing out, the more attracting younger audiences. The page visits shows just increasingly how the visual graphics help with attaining a larger audience and why our resources are being constrained once again. The more that we output, the more that we're getting traffic and the more of it is being required. YouTube, so this one might be a little bit hard to see on the screen, but in your printed copies, it shows the last 4 years from 2021 to 24, just the increasing traffic of people coming to watch our council live streams. It just showcases that council live stream meetings have helped to increase transparency as well as maintaining the flow of communication. So we've had in 2024 over 19,000 views on all of our council meetings. Before I go on to the goals and progresses, just a quick little note. So Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, they've grown slightly, not as much as Facebook. So Twitter, we primarily use for pushing out news and events and deadlines. Instagram is more event focused. We'll be reevaluating how this is going to be used next year. We're trying to do more tourism around the Nordic Discovery Center and promoting more of the mine site tours there. LinkedIn is primarily used for recruiting and broadband promotion. Once again, this winter we'll use the time to review how we're doing on there and what we need to tweak for next year. And then my last comment is that we also use our news releases as a way to push information out, our property tax insert, as well as public notices that we push in all 3 local newspapers. So that includes the Mountaineer, the Western Star, and the Sundry Roundup or the Albertan now. For goals and progresses, so these are the 3 main goals that we have in our current strategic communications plan. So we're still working off of it. This just shows a timeline of when we've started working on it, where we're at right now, and where we anticipate to be next year. So cultivate an understanding of county programs and services. So the website we finished last year, but we're taking notes of what needs to be improved. We're taking feedback from staff and the public about things that are not working. We've implemented the weekly full-page Western Star, so that started around November of 2023, and we've fully done it for the full year of 24. We've had wonderful feedback from ratepayers saying that they like having that static 1-page, it's central information together. There are the odd times where we have to do standalone ads for a variety of reasons, and those ads might be placed somewhere else in the Western Star. But we do also have a standing section called the County Highlights in the Mountaineer every week as well. The Did You Know campaign on social media, we started it last year and we're kind of doing it as needed. Wherever we find that there is a missing gap of information towards residents, we're adding that kind of education piece into those campaigns. So that'll be ongoing this year as well as next year. The creation of more video reels, so we're starting to do more reels and we're getting amazing engagement on that. So it's just a matter of finding the opportunities and the time to do that. Reformatting the council highlights document. So after every council meeting, regular council meeting that is, communications formats a 1-pager or a 2-pager document in a bit more of an easier to read format, and that gets published on our website and we push it out on our social media as well, so residents can get a snapshot of what took place. And that just highlights the council motion, not verbatim of the discussion. That stuff is left for YouTube if anyone wishes to watch after the fact. And then the use of more visuals, like illustrations, infographics, we started doing a lot more of that last year and we'll continue that for the next year as well. The next kind of goal really focuses around two-way communication. So how do we improve that communication going out and coming back in? So we're increasing our social media presence. We started doing a lot more last year and it's showing. The engagement is showing. The amount of followers that we're gaining on Facebook is showing. And we'll continue to do that in the next year. Promoting new websites. We did a little bit of promotion when we initially rebranded last spring, and we haven't done a whole lot about it, but it was because we were challenged with some of the issues on the website that we're having a little bit of issues with the developer, but we're working through those issues, and at the end of our contract we might reevaluate whether we need to move providers just so we can make sure that our website serves our community and also administration to the best that it can. Improving the process by which residents can connect with council and staff. So this is highlighting either sharing information about how residents can contact a councillor, so making sure that we've got the contact information wherever we need to advertise, so whether it's the county highlights newsletter or perhaps the council drop-in session, we're trying to find new ways of promoting and advertising that. And then improving engagement, so we're just looking at ways of improving, learning from past engagement events and finding ways what we can improve in the next events. And then the final aspect here on this page is how to get involved section. So we initially started last year creating a new webpage called Projects, and it would list all the capital projects that the county is currently engaging in, as well as a section about public engagement, so upcoming public engagement opportunities. So this one was a little bit tricky because it really was dictated by when council decided to engage the public with a public engagement project. So that's following either the IP2 spectrum. But we've hyperlinked all of those projects that were sort of big in a sense, and did a redirect to that landing page so people can find more information about it or contact that department that's dealing with it. And then finally, the third area, the third main focus goal, building communications processes. So this one is just about improving how internally we are communicating amongst ourselves, and in result having a bit more of a efficient way of communicating that out to the public. So it could be making sure that the forms are in a central location, making sure that the website is being utilized the same by all different departments. So we're going to continue to reevaluate that and ensuring that we're communicating provincial messaging about emergency preparedness, and then introducing new planning concepts or processes or diagrams in just a bit more of a creative format. So that could involve more diagrams so people understand, for example, our development process, etc. So challenges and lessons. So as the county grows and changes, we'll continue to be focused on clearer communication, as we've heard from residents repeatedly over and over again. And it's not only an issue here in Clearwater County. I think a lot of municipalities are experiencing similar challenges this year. And we'll continue to provide just more faster and accurate updates during emergencies, making information accessible to all residents. And it has been an ongoing battle to find alternatives in areas with limited internet or postal coverage. So we'll continue to find new ways to communicate that to residents. As far as looking ahead, so next year's focus is going to be building on stronger connections with residents through more meaningful public engagement, improved transparency, better accessibility, and a proactive approach to both emergencies and everyday communications. As well, we've also started working on the 2026 to 2029 Strategic Communications Plan, and that will incorporate the results from the 2024 Citizen Satisfaction Survey. That's the one that showed where residents were least satisfied in certain areas, as well as the findings from the 2025 Communications Audit. And that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Well done. Great synopsis, and I absolutely love your page about tools and how we communicate. That's a key indicator that you guys are very, very busy. So Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, you guys do a great job. Unfortunately, we still constantly get the feedback that people still don't know about the things that we do and when we do them, et cetera. And in the audit that we just had done, there was a push to meet people where they're at.
Yeah.
Can you explain some ways that you're hoping to incorporate that into the 2026 to like the plan going forward in order to actually meet people where they're at? Because I think that's a huge piece of this, and as you said, meaningful engagement to actually, rather than just informing or telling people, have them actually directly involved with some of these decisions.
So there's ways that we're brainstorming about how we're going to approach that. Primarily we're going to be changing our tone, so with how we're communicating our events. So it could be something, for example, as how we are delivering and communicating our egg events. Having some sort of mechanism to have an event evaluation feedback form where we'll ask individuals to fill out a feedback form about how they were happy with the event. Do they wish their neighbors would have benefited from hearing about the event or participating in it? What we could do better? Are we advertising in a sufficient amount of time in advance of the event? Is 2 weeks sort of our kind of best practice? Is that enough? Maybe it should be longer. A lot of different components around advertising will probably be reevaluated, but I feel like the evaluation feedback form for events will be a critical piece for us to know where we're missing the piece. And in terms of meeting people where they're at, I interpret that as communication-wise. So how we are writing we writing at a tone that's high school, college, university level? Are we writing at a tone and a level that people are going to be more receptive to?
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Very impressive. In what you've presented here, I think I see your ultimate goal. You take big bites. You talk about measuring and updating your goals all. Thank you. Could you talk a little bit about how you use those and how you gather those measurements of your progress with these goals?
A lot of that I think my mic is cutting out a little bit here. A lot of the measurements that we use, for example, if it's a success about two-way communication, we try to use how feedback coming into the organization is from the residents. So for example, if a department is receiving more phone calls about something, it could be how an individual employee is engaging with a resident, if their conversation is positive or negative. So we try to utilize that as a measure. The website traffic is a measure of it, and overall kind of what the sentiment was either after an event or an event. If that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. And I think I got cut off before I got to say that after you take big bites, I like that. So,
thank you.
Carry on.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. More along the lines of what Councillor Ratcliffe is saying, because I agree. You take great big bites, and I love that. You want to make sure that you're doing the best job that you can. How can council support you in that endeavor? Is there anything that we can do to make sure that everything in the communications world is going well?
So sometime in the new year, when we come to council with the updated strategic communications plan, or as we're planning to update it, it will be a mere reflection of council strategic plan. So whatever that new plan the council decides on, it needs to be clear, with clear goals, clear objectives. What do they envision for administration to execute? This document, it is a 3-year document, primarily because it needs to reflect council's strategic plan so that we're going in the same direction. So in my world of communication, if that document is as clear as possible, it gives us a lot more clear direction where we need to go.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other comments or questions for Ms. Tutik? And if not, looking for a motion to accept the presentation for information. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I got there first. I will make that motion.
All right. Councillor Ratcliffe makes the motion to accept the communications update for information. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. see that the next item is regards planning emergency services. I don't see Director Hager. Oh, she's here. She's around the corner. She's hiding. So we'll move on. There you go. So to 7.2.1, which is the FireSmart Vegetation Management Program for September 2025 grant application. Go ahead.
You bet. I actually was texting the chief to see if he wanted to present it, but I think he's tied up. So this is going to be a quick one, I hope. Council is very familiar with the FRIA FireSmart related grant program. So FRIA is the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta. This is probably the third time you've seen us sit at the table in the last year, calendar year, asking for council support for grant application to do some FireSmart work. This is specific to the Nordig area and in support of the Nordig FireSmart plan, which council reviewed and endorsed back in the fall. This 200,000 is kind of the maximum increment that they have for the vegetation management program, and they have those grants. Sometimes there aren't any year over year. Sometimes they release 2 or 3 within a season. So this year, like I said, we were successful and did some work with the first grant. The second grant that we did receive in 2025, we haven't done the tender work for that yet with Alberta Wildfire and their folks. So this one would tie in nicely that they can tender a bigger project and do a bunch of work all at the same time and complete a unit where the other one would have only completed a portion of a unit. So that's the nice part about this. So again, I threw in a picture from the FireSmart plan and of the specific units that were going to be involved for the treatment, which is just on the north side of Highway 11 in the north subdivision area, and gives you a little background on that. And we need a resolution every single time we do a grant application. We've tried to do a bulk endorsement, but they wish council to be part of the process and obviously approving dollars coming in projects essentially that are being done in the community. So the staff recommendation is that council endorses Clearwater County's Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta FRIA grant funding application for 200,000 for vegetation management adjacent to Nordig. I don't know why the word titled is in there, but and that's probably, you could leave it at that, related to the September application.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Yes, this is great. The wildfire is one of the biggest worries out at Nordig, so I would happily make the motion that council endorses the county's FRIA application for fire, vegetation and fuel management.
Okay, thank you for the motion.
Cover it.
All right, Councillor Melhoff?
Excellent, thank you, Reeve. I absolutely will be supporting the motion. And I look forward to, because we've talked about FRIA several times, but I look forward to the opportunity for us to advocate for changes to make it less burdensome, removing some red tape to this system and make it so that hopefully units are covered and not portions of units based on an arbitrary dollar value being associated with applications. So, because it doesn't make sense to do, pardon me?
Bigger budgets would be great.
Yeah, well, and for me, it's about the actual application of the work that needs to be done, not even just the budget value. This is a unit that needs to be accomplished. Only doing part of that and having a remob and demob based on a granting dollar value is frustrating, and it actually doesn't serve the residents very well. So I look forward to us advocating for changes to the actual way that this is done. But I will happily vote in favor of the motion here today.
Okay, motion on the floor. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Gibson?
Is it usual or unusual that you can have one FRIA grant that you haven't spent and yet you can still apply for another one? I mean, it's great because, like you say, bigger projects, but usually it's like if you don't spend it, you lose it. So is there a different philosophy to this one?
Go ahead, Director Hager.
Thanks, Madam Reeve, and a great question, Councillor Gibson. And I wouldn't say unusual either. The grant was received within a calendar year, so we have a period of time to which we can implement it. So we can stack it essentially. So it was by intention. We kind of held off hoping we'd get the next round grant. and we are likely to be successful. The province has supported FireSmart in and around the Nordegg area. So if we get this grant, then we'll tender a bigger project instead of doing the administrative work twice. So I wouldn't say it's unusual. It's just the timing of when the grant deadlines are allow for it in this case. So we may not have been able to keep the first one till the third one, but the second one and the third one are close enough together that it makes sense. You bet.
See no other lights or questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. Now moving on to 7.2.2, which is the 2025 Fall RMA Resolution. Yeah, I was gonna just say, don't go
You're
anywhere.
up to the table. All right. Again, hopefully a simple one for council to consider. Following the Strategic Planning Committee meeting from last week on September 15th, attached for council's formal endorsement by council resolution is the resolution that was requested by motion to be submitted to the Rural Municipalities of Alberta's Fall Convention. And it's related to the province considering increased enforcement in rural Alberta to deter rural crime. And the motion is stated in the agenda item. And as council is aware, this draft of the resolution was forwarded to the resolution committee by the deadline on September 16th in order to be advanced to the Central Regions RMA group. And as well, this endorsement by formal council motion is allowable retroactively. We've also, I understand, reached out CAO to CAO to ask for a seconder from Lacombe County. They wrote the original motion from 2018, resolution from 2018 that expired in 2021. On a similar vein, it was great because I could just copy and paste their background and say, hey, here's the resolution. So that I understand will go to their council later in the week, or yes, later this week. Yeah, on the 25th. So we may have a seconder for that resolution. So this one is simply to endorse this as a resolution by council. And then I will say that I also sat on the resolution committee conversation on Friday, and they just wanted to add one word in the therefore clause. And it's, and so if we can add that as amended, I guess, for the resolution, came after the agenda, of course, sorry. And so the therefore clause is now, therefore be it resolved that the rural municipalities of Alberta request the government of Alberta develop and implement further strategies and initiatives to prevent rural crime through additional provincial funding for police resources in the province and by expanding policing detachment services back into smaller rural remote areas. So it's just the addition of the word provincial. They wanted clarification around that who's providing the funding. I didn't think that was a material change, but that's what they did approve it to pass along into the agenda, so that's great, but with the word provincial. So whoever, if council chooses to make the motion that's recommended by staff, if we could put as amended as part of that, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you for your quick work on this. It was a quick turnaround, and I really appreciate that. And I will happily make the motion that we endorse it as amended.
Okay. Perfect. Any other comments, questions on that? Seeing none, all those in, oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Sorry, Councilor Gibson.
Because it says increased enforcement to deter rural crime, should it not be in the therefore be it resolved that deter rural crime instead of prevent? So that would be the second line down from the therefore be it resolved.
Okay, comments, questions on that comment? I'm sorry. So in
the word whereas clause, it's just the word brackets. I would suggest that it could be changed. It's semantics. I think
it is, but I just wonder because we can't prevent it, but we can deter it. Mm-hmm. So I would say anywhere where we've got prevent should be deter instead.
Okay.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment to amendment to that, to have deterrence and prevent.
Deter, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so to endorse the resolution as amended? All right, no other comments or questions? All those in favor? And that is carried. Perfect, thank you so much. All right, now moving on to item 7. Sorry, don't see Tracy Lynn, Miss Director Haight. I don't see her here, so could we move on then to the reports? And move into item 8.1, CAO report. I'll turn it over to CEO Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good afternoon, Council. The September 23rd CAO report. Board and committee vacancies. Clearwater County is now accepting applications for boards and committees as shown below. As per Council's member policy remuneration, which can be found online, public members receive remuneration, annual honorarium, and reimbursement of travel expenses. To complete an application form or for more information, please visit the county office or website at www.clearwatercounty.ca/committees. Submissions will be received for the above positions from county residents until Friday, October 10th at 4:30. And the boards and committees are listed there for councils and everyone else's information. Heritage School recognition update. As per direction given by Clearwater County Council at the June 10th council meeting with the following motions. Motion by Councillor Jordan Northcott that council directs administration to amend the scope of word and associated obligations within the Heritage School recognition sign agreement. And motion by Councillor Darrell Lougheed, the council approved the Rocky Mountain House Agricultural Society's request for the Clearwater County staff to install the historic schoolhouses signage and direct staff to proceed with the installation. Administration has met with Rocky Mountain House Ag Society and signed the amended agreement for the installation of the historic schoolhouse signage. The work to commence installation of the signage will begin this week. 2025 RMA Board of Directors. The RMA 2025 Fall Convention will take place November 17th to the 20th, with the following 4 seats on the Board of Directors being up for election. All positions will serve a 2-year term, 2025 to 27, and the following: Vice President, District 2 Director, District 3 Director, District 5 Director. RMA full members interested in joining the Board of Directors are requested to review the Fall 2025 Board of Directors election information package for detailed information on board roles, responsibilities, and the commitment required, and related RMA governance policies. The completed nomination forms must be submitted electronically before Monday, November 3rd, 2025.
Any other comments, questions on that report? None. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Sorry, my question is not on the report so far, but I was wondering if, and it's not in the capital budget report, is there an update on the status of the Horper gravel pit? Are we going to be able to use that, or are we going to have to abandon that?
CO Emmons?
I would have to confirm, but I don't believe it turned out to be a viable source.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. See no other comments or questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor for the CEO report for information? Favor. Yep, that's carried. Right. We have the capital status report. Any other questions or comments on the capital status report? I did drive the James River Bridge last week. Very well done. Anyone else on that? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
I have to find my notes here, and they're somewhere in this page. But I know one of them was is there any progress on the second access, the Quarry Road bypass? So that looks like it's going to be carried over till next year?
It does.
Or is it looking like it won't ever happen?
I wouldn't go that far, Councillor Ratcliffe. Administration's still actively working with the higher levels of government. As we get one permit, we fight for another. That one expires and we go back to the table, and it's been a trend. But we are still meeting with the provincial and federal levels, looking for every opportunity for a yes. So Clearwater County has not given up.
Well, we persist for years on these things. Regarding the Nordig trestle rehabilitation, is that work expected to be available, like the assessment? Is that expected to be available this year, or is that going to be another carryover project?
It's expected to be completed. Director of Infrastructure, Mr. Hansen, is working diligently with his team and the engineers for the current proposed usage rather than what the original design was for. In other words, carrying a side-by-side and a few pedestrians is significantly different for load bearing than a train, and getting that understood. Therefore, that stipulation will greatly positively impact the price. That is slowing the process to a degree, but it isn't at this time expected to be complete.
Okay, great, thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. My question is around the historic commercial core shallow utilities. I'm curious, because this area was already developed, like we had already done all of the groundwork or most of the groundwork. Why are we having to go back? And is that the normal process? Like we build everything and then go back and dig it up? Like sorry, I'm just curious. Is that a gas line or a fiber line that we're seeing in the picture there? Is it because we didn't have gas in that area, or we didn't plan for utilities in this area? Like I'm just really curious why we went back and had to dig it back up.
Sue Emmons?
Thank you. It was a miss on utility easement with the previous engineering firm. So it is not normal practice. Typically, the easements are defined prior and installed during. This was a catch-up.
So thank you. I just wasn't familiar with all the processes.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Just one more, if you don't mind. The Misty Valley cistern, is that a project that is expected to be done this fall, or is it also going to carry over?
It is anticipated to be done this fall as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. See no other lights, I will call the question. Oh, sorry, we need a motion to accept the capital project supports. Okay, Councillor Melhoff makes the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. So we do have a 1:30 delegation that's here for closed session. So we're going to move into closed session for the delegation, 1:30 delegation. So I'll need a motion to go into closed session, please. Councillor Gibson. All those in favor? Thank you. Carried. And welcome back. We're out of closed session now. Through our discussions on the items in closed session, we have coming out with some motions. So a motion in regards to 11.1, which is the Carolina District Athletic Egg Society. Motion. Councillor Gibson.
I'll make a motion that Carolina Ag Society gather more information and if needed, give them an extension to May 1st of 25.
26.
26, sorry.
We're past 25. There you go. Okay. Any discussions on that motion? Councillor
Did I
Mello?
leave something out?
Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. I support the beginning of your motion. I don't support an extension at this time. So unfortunately, I can't support the motion as a whole. I don't think that we're at a point where we need to give an extension. I think that we can come up with a better solution that serves the Ag Society, Clearwater County residents, and the governance model as a whole. And if an extension is required, it can be a decision made closer to the actual end date. So while I understand the premise of your motion, I will not be supporting an extension at this time. I think that solutions can be made before then, and that there'd be still time to provide an extension if solutions cannot come to fruition before the end of the agreement date.
Okay. All right. So motion on the floor. Any other comments or questions before I call the question? All right, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Motion for 11.2, the JUPA Business District, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Motion that council directs administration to organize a meeting with the Wild Rose School Division trustees and council to discuss concerns regarding the JUPA.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? No, motion's carried. And then a motion for 11.3, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I move that council approves the Nordic Industrial Lots Phase 2 to be priced as presented in closed session.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried as well. Thank you. So I believe that those 11 is done. So we're going to revert back into our thank you very much. And thank you to Director Haggart for all her hard work and with this, and continued good luck in your next adventure. You betcha. So we're going to return to the Office of the CEO in regards to 7.3.2, which is the 2025 Municipal Election Elector Assistance at Home Program. So Ms. Haight.
Thank you. Yes, the Local Authorities Election Act allows for two ways for voters who could be incapacitated or have some physical disabilities that are limiting them from attending voting stations to advance vote on election day. So the one option, of course, is covered by Council's municipal election bylaws, and it is vote by special ballot. And so that's already in place. The other option is having council pass a resolution authorizing 2 deputy returning officers to attend the residence of an elector requiring assistance at home from the hours beginning at 10 a.m. and ending at 6 p.m. on October 6th and 10 a.m. and ending at 8 p.m. on October 20th.
Okay. All right. Any questions or comments on what we'd like to do? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. By special ballot, is it like a mail-in ballot?
Yes, it is a mail-in ballot or a drop-off ballot. There is a process that is involved. The elector has to make an application to receive a special ballot package. Once that voter has been confirmed that they are on the voters list, then they receive a special ballot package, and there are certain requirements that need to be confirmed, and that again is voters' ID to determine if they are eligible to vote. And once that's all been verified, then they can either pick up their special ballot in the package, or it can be mailed out to them, and they can either return it directly to me as the returning officer, or they can mail it in.
Okay. Do we have any idea of how many people this would involve, or how many residents would be affected that we would need to support this way?
We have, I believe it is 6 or 5, 6. We have 6 applications for special ballots.
Okay.
To date.
To date.
And they have up to election day to apply.
That would make a mail-in ballot difficult on election day.
In that case, like, they would have to hand deliver their ballot.
Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. So with that information, what is the will of council? If not, looking for the motion in regards to authorizing 2 deputy return officers. Councillor Meloff.
I think it gives more opportunity for people to participate in the democratic process. I think, I don't want to use the word no-brainer, but it kind of is. It gives people the ability to participate in one of the very fundamentals of democracy. So I would happily make the staff recommendation to have this be a program that we endorse and have available to our residents.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melahian.
Thank you. This service was available, was it not, before? And just kind of ideas of the number of uptake and how much staff you have to go to different residences.
Yes, like the Election Act allows for that in section 79. Special ballots, yes, always allowed. With recent changes to the act, it for any reason, like, there's no special criteria to request a special ballot. Whereas before, it was if you were incapacitated or physically disabled, you could have a special ballot. Now a special ballot is open to everybody. But for section 79, it specifically allows deputy returning officers to attend the home.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So motion on the floor. Is there any other comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Then moving on to item 7.3.3, which is the Community Support Services Agreement. Again, I'll turn it over to Ms. Haight. Oh,
Nope, that's you.
Community Support Services Agreement.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, CO Evans.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, council. So this agenda is before council. It's regarding the Community Support Services Agreement. The staff recommendation is for council to accept and approve the draft Community Support Agreement as presented. So the background on this one, the attached draft agreement was presented to the ICC on September 16th and includes the amendments recommended by the ICC. The most significant changes in this draft versus the existing agreement is, first of all, it is for a 3-year term, whereas the previous agreement was for a 5-year term. And the second large change is the previous agreement fluctuated every year, and this agreement would make the dollar amount static for the 3 years. And to give you a little bit of background on that, that would just, it simply saves both town and county a lot of administrative time. It was a lot of work for our staffs to go through all the tax exempt properties, and put them into the formula and compare tax exempt properties, subtracting out and coming up with a dollar amount annually. So this kind of takes that average and it becomes static for the 3 years. If there were any questions on this, I'd be glad to answer them for council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. In part 3, at the bottom of part 3, basically the formula on page 232, there's a plus sign of 426,000. Should that be in equals?
I'm looking for it. What page, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Of the agenda, 232, near the top.
Mine aren't numbered that way.
Or what number of the document?
Number 3.
Number 3, page 3 of the document? Okay, thank you.
No, number 3 of the document under terms.
Oh, okay.
Based on the way the formula is decided about it, should be an equal sign, not a plus sign.
Right there.
Correct.
Okay. So amendment noted. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. This agreement lays out essentially that 35% of the population of Clearwater County is accessing services within the town of Rocky Mountains. Like that's its overall premise, right? I'm curious then why our rec agreement stipulates that we will, that we are responsible for 50% of the recreation costs within the town, when this agreement is outlining that 35% of our residents access the town for its services.
Comments?
Thank you, and I'll do my best, Councillor Milhoff, to explain this because it gets convoluted in my head as well. The 50% with the rec agreement is our population compared directly to the town population. So it's 50% usage, the town having a smaller population. The 35% brings it in over the entire Clearwater County as far as that population to the ones using the roads and the services to get to the service rather than the service itself.
Follow up? Yes, please. Yeah, Councilor.
Thank you, Reeve. Is this, if this is based then on the roads and the services needed to get to the services, does it take into account the fact, this takes into account our tax exempt properties like at the Clearwater counties, but does it take it into account then the sheer kilometer volume difference then that the town residents are using to access our tax exempt properties? Because our number of kilometers and road maintenance would significantly outweigh the towns. Is that expressed in this document then as well?
In a matter of speaking, it is, Councilor Milhoff, because although the population based is defined by a perimeter around the town of Rocky, so that perimeter was defined by just sheer closest distance. Took a boundary between Rocky and Rimbey, split it in half. That created a north boundary between Rocky and, services Neckville or Sylvan. That drew the east boundary, so to speak, and then the south, of course, between Rocky and Caroline and somewhat Sundre. So that defined the population. Where the boundary was exempted was all our tax exempt properties. So it's all of Clearwater County. And that was intended to accommodate for that distance. The way I can rationalize it or try and explain it, the difference between if we have a tax exempt property, because Clearwater County is that large, we go 43 kilometers north of Rimbey. So if we have a tax exempt property in that northern part of our municipality, 40-odd kilometers north of Rimbey. And then we have a tax exempt property down at Yahatinda. And somebody has activities between those two tax exempt properties, they are pounding up hundreds and hundreds of kilometers. And the rest of the ratepayers are subsidizing that road usage. So it's a collective. So all our tax exempt properties were using this formula, but the population closest to Rocky was only using that formula to try and address that concern.
Follow up?
It's on the same, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Is there examples of this in other municipalities?
None I'm aware of. Every municipality is so different. Councilor Malaf, like even you mentioned the rec agreement, no two municipalities are alike. So the ICF is designed, and to be clear, this agreement is outside the ICF. So I need to state that. But the ICFs are designed for community specific. So no, there is not that I'm aware of. This was drafted between the town of Rocky and Clearwater County.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe, your light's on.
Thank you. I've heard comments that because, like our county buildings here in town, that because they're tax exempt, that there is an additional levy on services, like municipal franchise fees, which are a tax, but also additional on the water and service. I guess my concern is if we're paying twice for our infrastructure within the town limits.
There indeed is a cost to Clearwater County owning 5 buildings in another municipality. Us owning 5 different buildings within the town of Rocky Mountain also adds to the cost of this agreement. As far as the services, truly, Councillor Ratcliffe, I'm not the expert in that. But I can state that the 5 buildings that we have are tax exempt and do impact this agreement.
Yes, I saw they were on the, I think 3 of them anyway were on the list. Yes. Okay. So to your knowledge, then we're not paying double, like once in this agreement and another in utility fees or franchise fees.
This agreement doesn't reflect any franchise fees or anything like that. Again, I'm not an expert in franchise fees. This agreement was built on tax exempt properties, to which Clearwater County has 5 of them.
Okay, so I think actually having a 3-year term versus a 5-year term is to our favor. I know that change will help with the next council because it won't skip over the next council. It'll actually have an opportunity to be brought back in the next council. So that's important going forward. So that's you know, a good. I feel that's a good amendment to have in this agreement. So if there's no other conversations, just looking for a motion then to continue with the agenda. Go ahead, Ms. Serna.
Yeah, I was just gonna say about the services, so Clearwater County still pays utility services, but those revenues to the town are calculated based on what that service costs. So even though, you know, the property tax wouldn't cover the cost of those services, so that's a separate outside what the property tax levy would, you know, contribute towards.
Thank you. Okay. So, looking for a motion to direct the discussion, or any more questions or comments in this. Councillor Gibson?
I'll make a motion that council accept and approve the draft community support agreement as presented.
Thank you for the motion.
As amended.
As amended with the
sorry,
plus
as
plus
amended.
minus? Yeah.
Sorry, forgot that.
No, thank you. Okay, Councilor Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I unfortunately can't support your motion, not because I don't believe in collaboration and working with our neighbors. I absolutely do. That's why we have solid agreements that represent actual services, i.e. a rec agreement, a fire agreement, a wastewater agreement, landfill agreement. We have a number of agreements in which we share financial responsibility for actual services within the town. Writing a check to another municipality that has no link to any form of actual service, I just can't endorse that, because that's not something that I can defend to my residents. I can defend to a resident that pays for the pool that doesn't utilize that. I can defend that. I can defend to a resident that pays for a sewer that they do not utilize. I can defend that because it's linked to an agreement that is linked to a service. This is an agreement that is not linked to a service. I can't, it's not something that I can defend writing a blank check to another municipality. I just can't, so I will not be supporting the motion on the floor here today.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions before I call the question? Councillor Northcott?
Just a question for administration. For this agreement, would that statement be true that it's just basically a blank check and no services provided to Clearwater County in this agreement?
CEO Emmons?
So thank you. The service that this agreement is intended to reflect is actually the infrastructure it takes to get to the service. The philosophy behind this agreement replaces the previous revenue sharing agreement that truly was a blank check that reflected nothing. It was a negotiated number between two municipalities of the day, an agreement was struck, and for me, and which is why I appreciate the dialogue over this agenda. The importance is this agreement is based on something that can be argued. It's not just a negotiated number. It is based on the concept of the infrastructure it takes to support a community. So Clearwater County does not have a hospital. And it's not that service of the hospital and the doctors, it's the streetlights, sidewalks, the road clearing that has to be done to get to that service. Because that building is tax exempt. And as we all know, rural or urban, our taxes go to provide the services to get to those other services, which is snow clearing, the maintenance, lawn mowing, and those tax exempt properties don't cover any of that. So this agreement actually is intended to reflect those services for those tax exempt properties, if that helps.
Thank you.
Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you. I think CEO Emmons said it very well, that this is not a blank check. This is something formulated to have a basis that is repeatable in the future as circumstances change. I think it really addresses something other than just a fixed amount that would be owed. And I mean, I certainly understand those comments in the community about the flow of money from Clearwater County into the town. The community is certainly aware that there is a movement of those funds to support regional services within the community for sure, and they're always question the importance of those and the services they return in that they get in return. And so I want the community to know that we do hear those comments for sure and are working hard to make sure their voice is heard and that they get access to the services that are provided here within the town, as well as the services we provide for the community within the counties. Thank you.
Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you. Just to clarify my understanding, because I think I understand Councillor Malhoff's position here. And so this services fee is meant to compensate the town for clearing the streets that we drive on to get to the hospital or to spend money downtown or in, or to use any of the recreation facilities here in town. But on the reverse side, it doesn't consider the road maintenance that the county does so that town residents can access facilities in the county. And to me, that seems out of balance, unless I misunderstand the philosophy here.
COS?
No, and thank you for the question. And truly, if I may respectfully correct you, balance is the key word. It does reflect reciprocity because all of our tax exempt properties are also included. It's just the assessed value of the town's tax exempt properties are greater. And that's the formula that's reflected here. So when a town resident goes out into Clearwater County and uses one of our tax exempt properties, whether it be a walking trail or a church, those are reflected within this agreement. So that reciprocity is written in there. However, the assessed value of a church doesn't equal the assessed value of a hospital. So their tax exempt properties exceed Clearwater County's from a taxation perspective, and that's what's reflected in this agreement. But there indeed is that reciprocity written in.
Okay, but our roads that we clear, that we grade, we clear the snow to provide access, that is not reflected in this agreement. Or is
True, it is, Councillor Ratcliffe, because the only way we get money to maintain our roads, our bridges, and all the services this council approves is through our taxes, our land taxes, and that's those tax exempt properties. So that is, if those tax exempt properties were paying taxes, that would be the only mechanism we have. And the assessed values of that tax exempt property is written into the agreement for Clearwater County as well.
Yes, for the property. But it doesn't.
Which is the only revenue we would get to maintain the road system.
Yes. Okay, so where is that road system reflected in this agreement?
The only way we can get revenue to maintain the roads is through our taxes.
Yeah.
The assessed value of those tax exempt properties are reflected in this agreement.
I get that.
I don't think you do.
Councillor Malhoff, then go Councillor Lohi.
Thank you, Reeve. I think I can see where Councillor Ratcliffe is coming from. I recognize that you're saying that they are based on the fact that you're showing that all of our tax exempt properties are expressed in this document. However, if this is for road clearing, I think kilometer by kilometer, if we were to put this in here, that there's 100 kilometers worth of road that county residents are utilizing within the town of Rocky Mountain House to get to their tax exempt properties, I think we can safely say there's thousands of kilometers of road that the town residents are enjoying within Clearwater County to get to our tax exempt properties. So the reciprocal is not the same. They are vastly different. I would like to get an idea of how much we would actually be paying in taxes if we paid for the buildings that we have in town, because I would actually think that I'd rather pay the taxes than pay the shared services agreement. I believe that the way that this is written, I actually think that it's a well-written agreement. I just disagree in the philosophy of the agreement. If the issue is a service that we are getting from the town, then let's build an agreement around that shared service. If we need to build a snow removal agreement because we have buildings within the town, let's build a snow removal agreement. Just like we have a rec agreement, just like we have a fire agreement, we cannot direct where these funds are going to. The $430,000 that we are writing to the town because of this agreement, we don't direct that. We don't say this has to go to roads. This can go to wherever they want, because it truly becomes a part of their general revenue. So if it's an issue with a service, let's build an agreement around that service, and let's have a conversation about that service, rather than just adding to general revenue of another municipality.
CEO Evans?
And of course, council can. Council can build a brand new agreement, what that looks like, and this was built on something tangible. It reflects a philosophy. If council doesn't agree with that philosophy, a new agreement be struck on a new philosophy. Respectfully, it would reflect the roads, because the only way the rationale works is if you acknowledge and state that Clearwater County residents don't pay enough taxes for our roads. Because it's our assessed value that we're placing on it and our mill rate that we're putting on our tax exempt properties. It says this is how much they would pay if they did pay taxes, so that's all we'd get anyway. So if it doesn't cover the distance of all the roads, then we don't pay enough taxes. And that's not a statement I want to make as a farmer. But that's the only way that would fail, is if that statement was made. Yeah.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you. The town has long argued that the reciprocals just don't work for them. They don't believe that the increase in economic development, the business, the sponsorships, the utilizing those businesses don't create enough economic activity to offset the people coming in and using some of the other services within the town. So this was a way to rationalize, put a number to that wasn't just a fixed amount that we share revenue every year. We base it on something, and I think it's not ideal, but it's fairer than what was there before. It's certainly less. I'll just say it plainly. There's less money coming to the town than there was in the previous agreement. This is based on something. Hopefully it can be reviewed and see if there's a better strategy in the future, but right now I think it does meet the need, and it does kind of address some of the concerns that the town has had about their drain on their resources, and Clearwater County offering some support, although again, those comments that the dollars seem to roll downhill into the town are probably valid in many ways. We don't see a lot of reverse funding and support of programs outside of the corporate limits of the town. So I think that comes down to award-winning agreements. We've had to kind of going back to the Stronger Together agreement, that we recognize that there are some realities and finding the right balance for the moment. And I think that's we constantly need to review and adjust it so it reflects where we're at on a timeline and what's fair.
Okay, last round, I'm gonna limit debate and then we're gonna get on with this. So anyways, the motion is on the floor, so Councillor Meloff and Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I was on the ICC that negotiated this. And in the back of my brain throughout this entire negotiation, I have the hamlet of Caroline and the looming deficit facing that community. And I'm pretty sure that the $430,000 annual contribution to the town of Rocky Mountain House could be very much utilized by the now hamlet of Caroline to increase the ability to actually flush the toilets and run the water within that community. That was at the forefront of my brain in negotiating this, which is why I didn't support it at the ICC table, and I will not be supporting it today. Our residents need the $430,000 in which to make sure that they have flushing toilets and running water within the hamlet of Caroline, and that is where my negotiation had come from, and that's why I didn't support it then, and I can't support it today.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Does this same philosophy translate outside the county? Like, does the town get a grant from the province for the thousands of people that move through here every summer to enjoy our facilities? It sounds like this is kind of a one-off approach.
I'm sorry, Councillor Radcliffe, I don't understand the question.
Okay, I'm looking outside of Clearwater County.
Okay.
About the people who come through the town to use the services that are there, who aren't residents of the county either. And, you know, is the province providing compensation to the town for those people?
Okay, I think I understand now. This agreement is not intended to account for visitors as in tourism. That's more in the economic development world. That's an age-old argument with most urbans, respectfully, and it's the counterbalance of whether or not the people you're attracting are adding to the community coffers or not. Some forms of tourism truly don't. There's been a lot of debate around random camping and how actually that's not an economic driver. Studies have shown that most people at random camp jump in their pickup fully fueled with their camper fully stocked, and they go out to the bush and they head back home when they're done. They may get a tank of gas, but may. So that truly isn't the large economic driver. I will say for us in Nordegg, we've seen spin-off development from that because people have come out and seen our beautiful West Country, and some people have bought out there because of it. So there's been a different, but this agreement to Councillor Radcliffe isn't intended to reflect that. What this agreement is intended to do is reflect all the tax exempt properties in both municipalities. And I say that with intent, because to clarify, and if I communicated poorly, I do apologize to council. Our buildings are 5 of the buildings that are tax exempt. So would it save this agreement? No. Does this agreement, is it intended to cover just our buildings? No. But I will say when we purchased the one building, just the one, the town was getting $16,000 a year in taxes off that one building. My easy math, and because that's not one of the larger buildings we have, times 5, you know, the town would easily be losing $60,000 a year. Based on our formula at the 35%, you know, you could take that down between $25,000 and $30,000 a year is the impact it makes on this agreement. If that helps paint a picture.
Councillor Northcott?
Maybe not a perfect agreement, but it's probably pretty hard to find one that would be perfect in any scenario. But as this CAO Emmons explained, this agreement would, you know, it could be renegotiated again in 3 years. I haven't had the opportunity to sit on ICC, but would allow benefits for residents of the region to access those tax exempt properties in the town. On the comment regarding the infrastructure deficits in Caroline, there are many other projects, and some of them in the magnitude of the millions of dollars that were not legislatively required to move forward. So there's been funds spent on other projects that are much bigger than the $430,000 or so roughly here. But again, this would have benefits and allow access to those exempt properties in the town.
Councillor Cermak?
I think I need to make a motion here.
There's a motion on the floor already.
Oh, okay.
But you will after? Sure. All right, so the motion is by Councillor Gibson that council accepts and approves the draft community support agreement. Seeing no more lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And the motion's carried. Would you like to make a motion now, Councillor?
Yeah, to go past 4:30.
Okay, Counselor Cermak makes the motion to go past 4:30. All right, all those in favor? We're there. Yeah.
You're not allowed to say.
Okay.
Why are we doing a motion and not allowed to? Just makes no sense.
You're right.
We weren't doing it before, but we started already, so anyways. Okay, so that one is done, and motion to go past 4:30 is passed, and so we'll continue on in the report section. We're reviewing the Clearwater Regional Emergency Services Report for August of 2025. Any questions on that report? Not looking for a motion to accept the report for information. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. All those in favor?
Sure.
And that motion's carried. Council verbal reports. Go ahead, Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. Had a Medicine River watershed meeting, and again, the advocacy continues. In fact, the Medicine River group met with environment as early as yesterday to try to come up with solutions to the continual pumping of fresh water out of the Medicine and how it is negatively impacting the river in general. So trying to work out different advocacy and education to try to make sure that everybody is aware of how the freshwater fracking or the pumping out of the Medicine is impacting that entire area and the formation in which it gets its water from. Stay tuned, because the advocacy will get ramped up even further. I'm really hoping that Environment was listening yesterday. That is truly a very, very stressed ecosystem. And continually watching the pumping, it's hard to watch, because the Water Act legislation is actually very, very good. It's just not being regulated currently. For example, there is a requirement that they find alternatives, or at least express alternatives. There is alternatives. Anybody who's worked in oil and gas knows there are alternatives. They're just significantly more expensive. So it's tough to see good legislation just not be regulated, because it actually, I think that's some of the bigger issues with that. So they worked on their strategic plan, and will be building a plan going forward on even higher advocacy and even more education. To Councillor Northcott's point, when I brought up my notice of motion regarding the Medicine, many of his comments I brought forward, and I believe that they will be moving forward with many of your suggestions that you made when we were discussing the Medicine last time, because they agreed that your suggestions were extremely valid, and hopefully they can implement many of those. So thank you for your comments with regards to it last time. I also met with our local MLA and the CAO of AHS with regards to some of the struggles we're having with our hospital. So hopefully we will be able to clear up some of those issues. Many we thought were already done, and unfortunately we're not. So we met with them again, the health engagement team executive, and it was another great meeting, and hopefully we can find some resolution to that as well. The Leslieville block party was amazing, and also huge shout out to our Clearwater team. Like, so cool, like, to have the mosaic thing and them taking pictures to put on the mosaic. Super neat, really good engagement. Please pass that on to the team. The adopt a cow, I mean, we can discuss what breed of cow you guys chose at a later date, but apparently that would be a big debate if we discussed the breed of cow that we're letting people adopt at our community events. But it was very good. Glitter tattoos even. So I just shout out to the comms and engagement team for the work that they did on the block party, and the community in general. The work that goes into an event like the block party, well done. Like, we are truly blessed to have the volunteers that put on something like that. Again, went to another Medicine event where they had artists go along the Medicine River and actually paint the river, and as trying again to get advocacy and education. Very well attended. In fact, they had a kids section where the kids could paint the river, and then they had prizes. It was really, really good, and I actually hope that we can do that with our other watersheds as well, because
because I think that having that level of positive work with the watershed, like the paintings that these people have painted, just the talent, I don't have that level of talent, but these people did amazing work. You guys are already aware that we had an ICC meeting and are aware of some of the work that came out of that meeting, so I won't worry about going into detail on that. I just want to quickly take a moment and as you had already alluded to earlier, I volunteered my medical expertise at a rodeo this last weekend at Hayshakers Arena in Thorsby, the Little Britches Rodeo. I don't know about any of you guys, but I hadn't heard about this organization before. Has anybody ever heard of the Golden Circle of Champions before? Am I upside down or backwards or all the things? Has anybody heard of this before? No. So the Little Britches Rodeo, which I am desperately going to do as much work as I can. I'm going to meet with the Ag Society. I would like to bring a version of this to Caroline. Is the first non-professional rodeo to host a Golden Circle of Champions champion. Sorry. It is a youth organization to allow children that are similar to Make-A-Wish Foundation, only rodeo based. So one of the organizers actually was a Golden Circle of Champions champion last year. And unfortunately, they lost their son last month before this rodeo. So they didn't get to compete. But they hosted this year's champion as the first non-professional rodeo to host a Golden Circles champion for a 14-year-old that had battled cancer for many, many, many years. I was very proud to volunteer at this rodeo, and I hope that I will get to do so for a very, very long time. And I hope that I will get to bring it to Caroline, because the amount of volunteerism it takes to run something like this is incredible, and I know that Caroline has the gumption to be able to have that level of volunteerism to bring it to our community as well. And thank you for allowing me the time to educate some people on what this is, and I really hope that you all can take an opportunity to get involved in it, because it's truly an amazing thing, particularly for rural, and how much we truly care about the life that rural Alberta and the rural around the world has when it comes to rodeo. So take an opportunity to learn some about that.
Is there a website for that?
There is, the Golden Circle of Champions Canada. Okay. You can go and you can learn all about it and the stories of the champions that have been chosen this year and years prior.
Oh, that's fantastic, fantastic. And thank you for volunteering. You have a big heart. All right, moving on then, Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, and just very briefly, because I know what the time is here. Ag Services Board met in this last couple of weeks, and I think there's a broad range of topics, but there's good things upcoming that are being planned for Ag Services, and a bit of a report card on how successful they've been over the last year. Again, Strategic Planning Committee, we got to look at a bit of a report card about our economic development efforts over the last number of years, and it was really heartwarming to see that although our population hasn't increased, we have seen, or I guess there's a slight increase, but that can be deemed success when many rural municipalities are struggling to maintain their services, seeing a depopulation. We must be doing something right here that the community is responding, and much of that development we see is actually people choosing to rebuild their farm homes, bring the next generation into their use. So it was nice to see that feedback, that we have a few more homes and a few more people, and that the economy is doing very well in Clearwater County. I guess then again, community efforts. I had the chance to interact with the community on a couple of my own local community projects, great support on a concrete pouring project and a community supper, which was really well attended. And I think it shows the health of our community getting out there and into the light again after events of the last number of years, and really enjoying those events and looking to the future of what Clearwater County has to offer as far as amenities and events locally. And I would echo the comments of Councillor Melhoff that the Leslieville Block Party is a true example of a successful event that grows a little bit each year. Extremely well attended this year. I think there were participants from, within the car show, there were participants from all over Western Alberta on that and even further. It was really well attended, really well organized, and I think everybody there came away with a positive. I'd like to shout out a little to the Regional Fire Service as well for creating an open house at the Leslieville Station number 10. Put an effort above and beyond to really demonstrate the level of professionalism within our fire service, the facilities that are there and how they're being utilized to train the next generation and the existing generation of firefighters. I think we have a very good future in the regional fire service here, and I can understand why it's the envy of almost every municipality that I've ever spoken to. So with that, I'll pass the torch along to Councillor Cermak.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I'm going to be brief, seeing that we're past 4:30 already. I had attended the strat planning meeting here that we had on the 15th. I thought it was great discussion on many issues. And I think that we moved the budget forward with that discussion. I was pretty impressed that day on how everybody had some real good insight into what the county should be doing in years to come. I thought it was very well done, and I raised my hat to the administration to bring in and all forward. I thought it was great. And I had a special meeting at the Westview Lodge on the 17th. We are looking at maybe getting a bid out for a new serving area in there and new flooring in between that serving area and the table area where there's it goes from cement, from a wooden floor to cement, and we got to do a transition piece there. It's gonna be quite a looking piece, but I think that we got it under control, and now we're just waiting for some final figures and dollars on that. So it should make it quite a bit better for the facility there and for the people in the home there. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, my report isn't overly long. Attended an Ag Service Board meeting. There was discussion there that maybe in the future we could have a speaker come and talk maybe one of the Cattleman Day events regarding grizzly bears. There was also it was also noted that the province is overlooking their policies and regulations regarding wild boars. And we don't know what the information is, but there's something coming down, we've been told. I attended a CAPE meeting. There's a new executive director there, Paul Salvatore. He's the executive director there, so he's still just getting his feet and familiarized with the organization there. Mostly membership discussion and fees. I also attended a Parkland Library meeting, and a large majority of the discussion there was really around funding. So that's my report.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. FCSS had their first meeting after the summer break. Some discussion about how to spend the small amount of money that's left, how to disperse that into the community. They also they're starting to collect statistics of how they spend their time, of the different issues they deal with, and the people they see. And so that's going to be attached to the meeting reports, which I know some councillors have expressed some concern about what's really happening with SCSS. I understand that they send meeting reports to the county every time. So we should be able to add those to the agenda, the reports agenda. They're also working 2 days a week. They go to the Caroline Library and use space there to interact with residents. So we are seeing more rural outreach attempts from that. Later that day was the airport stakeholders meeting. Again, there were more observers than stakeholders, so that didn't last very long. I was able to attend the Leslieville block party. It was a challenge finding a place to park, but that shows the same rural spirit that we see in Caroline as well, of people showing up to support their community. I was also at the strategic planning and ICC meetings with other council members. That's already been covered. And I've already covered that on Sunday I went down to the Riverside to meet with the people there that were concerned about keeping access to that site open. That's been my time.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Okay. I attended the FCSS meeting. We reviewed the budget. We reviewed the strat plan. We unfortunately had to deny an application because we felt it was an offload from Alberta Health onto FCSS, and it's not in our mandate. We reviewed the resolutions that we were submitting to the convention, and we were asking for hands-on support in person instead of, oh, over there's a computer. Because we're finding a lot of people don't know how to use them, can't get what they want and stuff, so it turns out that then they turn around and come to FCSS or the library. And this is happening in both federal and provincial buildings. We reviewed FCSS to explore whether limited early stage crisis intervention services could be included in the mandate as a form of upstream prevention, helping to reduce long-term costs. We looked at the agreement between Clearwater County, Rocky Mountain House. We're hearing about great things from the Seniors Outreach Coordinator, Deanne Johnson. She went to Caroline. They're planning on going to Nordag. She's looking at setting up, going up to Condor and Leslieville, thank you. That one slips, always. And so they're keeping very busy. I attended the strat plan meeting. I attended the Kelly Poetry. It's very well attended. And the funds from the silent auction are going to community groups like 4-H and Dance West and this type of thing. So they put back into the community. And I'm not into Kelly Poetry, but I kind of am now. So yeah, didn't take long. I attended the Parkland Library meeting via Zoom. We reviewed the budget. Then we looked at the salary grid of where we are on that. Board members from multiple towns and sour villages. Do they get one vote or do they get multiple votes because they represent 3? It was decided they get 1 vote. Discussion was held on some person who sits on Parkland board also says should sit on their local library board. There's a number of libraries that have, this person sits on Parkland, but they don't sit on their local library board, and there's a lot of information that is being lost in that. Like Jordan sits on Parkland and Clearwater, which is good. So personally, I feel the same person should be on both boards. And then I have a meeting on the 27th with the Rocky Library Board. So that's my report.
Thank you. All right. After the last meeting, I went to the Warburg Pembina Surface Rights Group special presentation. Victor Marciano was the Chief of Staff for Honorable Brian Jean, and he was presenting alongside with Mr. David Yeager in regards to the Mature Asset Strategy Series. Full house. of which RMA was represented not only by RMA administration, but also the working group for that, which was Paul McLaughlin, Larry Clark, and Bill, and I'm gonna butcher his name, but anyways, so they were there. Basically, at the end of the day, this is going to be a contentious issue for rural municipalities going forward. And I think we'll hear much more at our CRMA next week when we go to Stettler County. I will let Mr. Clark define that then and give you a little bit more of the Coles notes. All I know is I came away with, wow, a lot of surface rights payments are not being paid. So that's the biggest issue there. Along with the airport meeting. Also on the 11th, I went to the Industrial Heartland Conference. There was 1,000 people there. It was a very interesting day. Got a map of this big boy, and ooh, honestly, what blew me away is there's another $30 billion being invested there in the next year and a half. So as big as this is, 5 municipalities collaborate on this industrial subdivision just northeast of Edmonton, and just looking at the players that are coming in. Premier Smith was there, ATV did their economic forecast. They talked about their different industry spotlights. CN is actually doubling their rail space there. Yeah, just mind-blowing at the amount of infrastructure and the amount of business that is coming. So part of it is not only having the space, but also having the connectivity and the way the technology is changing, the energy for hydrogen, et cetera, that it is growing. It was, like I say, it was a full day. It went from 7:30 till 5:30, and I didn't have to worry about driving home. I was buzzing, not on coffee either. So it was a good day. Then I put on my ASHA hat the next day, and I went to Ramoka's 65th anniversary celebration, and I was served a wonderful lunch and visited with some of the wonderful residents there in their new building. Then Leslieville block party, like the most of you, beautiful weather. So I think that was a big driving force for having so many people there. And yes, kudos to our Clearwater comms team group who did fabulous there to have that traffic that was close to the hall and having people going there. Yes, the Strat Plan meeting, 16th, I did attend the breakfast here for Clearwater County celebrating their 40th anniversary. Congratulations to the administration. This county has this deep history, and we've done nothing, we look nothing like it was 40 years ago, and we have some great people here, and we have cheers to the next 40 years. It's gonna continue to be great with all that we're doing. Special meeting with Councillor Cermak for the Rocky Senior Housing. The Chamber, they had their AGM out at Rival. It was well attended. They elected their new board. Then back to Edmonton for an ASHA quarterly board meeting. That was my regular. My name will be going forth here for the provincial board for central director in a couple weeks. And then last night, the 20th, I did a puck drop for the Junior B Rams. It was their first home game. Although the stands weren't full, I think the televisions were, because they do love the live stream, which is awesome there too. Also, last night I was here for the Clearwater Regional Housing Foundation AGM. They meet on the third Monday of every month at 1 o'clock at the Mount Rose. Very interesting how that the board is on 2-year terms, and there was no change in that board, but they do recognize the issues that are within the community, and one of them was discussed in regards very, very quietly, I shouldn't say quietly, very short, was the River Flats situation and the homeless in that area. So they are well aware of that need. And great news. October 16th, Alberta Tourism and Sport Delegation is coming here to look at our facilities, and our committee was going to provide an opportunity to speak to our bid submission for the 2028 Youth Games. So very exciting for that. We will find out more. I'm excited about showcasing a little bit more, especially like out towards Caroline, Leslieville, and Condor. As far as that, they're very familiar with the facilities here in town, but it will be a fantastic afternoon. When I know more details, I will send it out to the Balance of Council, and if you have time, that would be great for you to attend. And that's it from our report, and just before we close off, I just want to say too that we have, the nominations closed yesterday. We do have a final list, and so thank you for your service here, and those that are no longer going on, and those that are got their names put forward, good luck. It's going to, we'll see how the coming weeks will be going, but those of us in the seat here we're still on the hook until for a little bit here, so, and that's all good. All right, motion to accept the verbal council reports. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? Carried. We have 3 correspondence items that we, if any of the one needs to be discussed, if not, I'm looking for a motion to accept those 3 correspondence items. Councillor Bella.
Thank you, Reeve. Can we forward the Expanse Cottage letter to a strategic planning conversation? Then I would motion that the Expanse Cottage correspondence, ooh, that's a tongue twister you didn't think you'd have, be moved over to a strategic planning conversation for further diving into it deeper at that table.
CO Ammons?
Thank you, and just if I may, Councillor Malhoff, I've already talked to Public Works about bringing a general subject matter over this road to a strategic planning anyway, so that council has the opportunity to address it through the winter months rather than deal with it the 11th hour as dust is starting to come up.
Okay. Motion stands? Okay, so motion's on the floor to bring this, in discussion on the motion? No? Okay. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Wanted to, just referring to the letter from the RCMP, and commend them for the quick action on the crime problems around Nordegg. It looks as though they've had their special crime reduction team out there quite quickly, which seems to be producing results because I've heard no complaints lately. So just to commend the quick action of the RCMP.
Thank you. So if there's no other comments or questions, I'll take a motion to accept the correspondence 1.9 or 9.1 through to 9.3.
I so move.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay. No notices of motion. We have finished closed session. There's only one last thing, and that is number 12, which is adjournment. Oh, thank you, Councillor Northcott. Will it make the adjournment? All those in favor? Thank you. That's closed.